Hello. Howdy, howdy. How's everyone doing today? Good, I hope. Good, I hope. I'm live a little bit early. Okay, yeah. So it's gonna be a minute while people kind of come on in here. Do I got something in my teeth? Looks like I might. I'll take care of it at some point. Um, Wick loves our beautiful country. Yes, I love the USA. It's true. I am a patriot. I've always loved America. It's the best country on earth. Can't lie. It's just the greatest. Um, so yeah, it'll be fun. Gang, like today is the first day, I think, for me, that it's felt like Christmas. Okay. So last week, it didn't feel like Christmas at all to me. I was like, okay, it's December, it's cold, but it doesn't feel like Christmas. I don't know what changed, but today feels like Christmas. Okay. Today feels like Christmas. I don't know if I got that Christmas spirit in me. Okay, I'm getting the spirit of Saint Nicholas or whatever. Right, I got that in my bones today. I don't know. I was singing Christmas carols earlier. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in a good mood. Today's been a good day. It's been a good weekend. It's just look. I'm excited. I hope you're all excited. Aw, 2024 Gay Odyssey says, Wick, you're my Christmas elf, you handsome devil. Well, thank you. I don't know how devilish I am. I'm pretty angelic, I think, but who knows? Enigma says, first one is a Trump supporter, but I do like Wick being sane and based. Chill channel. I'm not a Trump supporter, to be clear. But I'm glad you think I'm sane and based. I try to be. I'm sure we are not going to agree on everything, but you know, we're all Americans here, okay? Or, some of you actually aren't. Some of you are Canadian, but that's okay. We still love you anyway. Who's Jesse Singal? We're gonna get into that. I'm waiting for people to kind of get in. Again, I'm live a little earlier than I normally am, so I'm giving like 5 minutes for people to kind of wander on in, figure out I'm live. I'm not on Twitch today either, because we have a guest coming on that's banned on Twitch, so I can't have him on. So at some point, right, we'll be having a conversation with TomFoolery. Hopefully, we'll see when he shows up. But yeah, I wanted to talk to you. There's a lot to talk about today. Okay. There's a lot to go over. Dwight Baldwin says, Wick, admit that you were behind the drone sighting. It's true. I'll admit it. So, I got a bunch of buddies, and we've been flying drones over people's houses just to fuck with them, right? I'm using this thing right here, this little thing. And we go and we pilot the drones, and we flash our little lights in them, and everyone thinks it's the government. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think social contagion is a real issue, and I think that the drone thing is a great example of that. The people are going to find out real quick that you shouldn't be fucking with planes, okay? In fact, you know what? This is a smaller story, so I guess I'll just get this on now. Here, we'll pull it up. Okay, so over the weekend, several pilots over New Jersey reported their planes were hit by lasers in recent days, leading aviation officials to warn residents about the dangers of pointing lasers at aircraft. Aiming a laser at an aircraft is a felony, carrying a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Gang, these are planes. Most of them are planes. I'm sure there's some drones too, okay, mixed in with this. But people are being stupid about this. I've seen the quote-unquote drone footage going around. A lot of them are either planets, okay, satellites, or planes, okay? It's funny how all these drones are FCC compliant, right? They got the fucking red lights, green lights on their wing tips to show where they're going and how they're going. Which direction they're going, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, bros, look, I know it's the most boring answer possible. I'm aware it's the most boring answer possible. I get it. But they're mostly just planes and helicopters and things, okay? It's not some crazy conspiracy. It's not aliens. Oh, if it was, hold on. Why would they come over? If they were aliens and they have the sense, the intelligence to travel light years across the stars to bridge the vast gulf of nothing between points of light, they wouldn't start in New Jersey. They're too smart for that, okay? What the fuck's in New Jersey? Have you guys ever been to New Jersey? I lived in New Jersey for 2 years, okay? Back in the day. There's... why would you ever, right? Like, I don't get it. Dwight Baldenson says, why are police chiefs upset and airports shutting down? Well, police chiefs are just as human as the rest of us, and they probably don't want to be chasing down people pointing lasers at aircrafts. I haven't heard of airports shutting down, but I could be wrong. Conservative liberalism says they aren't having to come over from anywhere. They're interdimensional and always have been here with us. I mean, maybe. That's possible, right? Like, it could be like Stargate. You guys remember Stargate? They went through the literal Stargates. I don't know. I said FCC, didn't I, earlier? I apologize. FAA. FCC is something different. It's the communications. Acronyms, gang. I'm terrible at acronyms. So police would know if it was FAA compliant? Maybe. I mean, if they deal with FAA issues, right? Like, I'm sure that the average police officer doesn't know all the regulations for all the businesses and all the things. Well, when I was in the military, for example, I knew and we had instruction and training on the regulations within our industry, within our field. But outside of it, I don't know, right? Like, when I was working in isochronal, the hangar, right, where we would inspect the planes and things like that. There was several regulations and stuff I needed to know that I was taught when I was working in there. But we didn't learn, for example, the regulations and stuff that I needed to know when I worked at Wheel and Tire, which was a different thing. Related, but not the same, but they had their own special regulations that we were then informed of and taught about. So, it just is what it is. Mayors have talked to the feds and gotten no answers. Doesn't make sense. Like, what's a fed? What are you gonna? What are they supposed to say? Right? Like, these are planes. No, they're not. What are you hiding from us? We're not hiding anything. They're planes. But you know the truth. Why don't you tell us the truth? We're telling you the truth. It's planes. Like, what are you like, at a certain point, what are you supposed to say? Now, it's possible that there is a company or a corporation or something like that that is also testing out its drone software. It's AI, drone AI, and it's all that stuff, like for Amazon delivery or something like that. That's possible that that's kind of in this too. But again, from what I have seen, the videos that I have been shown, it is either one of three things: a satellite, right? Planet like Venus or Mercury, okay? Or it's a plane. It's like, it's literally got wings and red and green lights and they're flying. And you're like, that's a plane. That's just a plane. I don't know what to tell you. It's an aircraft. Wick, it's aliens. Maybe. Jesus, I don't know. Like, what? Hold on. Why would the federal? What would it be? Like, the federal government's doing this. Why? Why would they do this? To what end? And why would they do it in New Jersey? Right? If they were going to test something that they didn't want people to know about, they would do it in a place where there aren't people to see. There's vast amounts of the Midwest where there's almost no one, okay? Very few people. Why would they do it in Jersey? In the East Coast in general, that's one of the most densely populated areas of the America, right? If they wanted to keep the secret, why would they do it there? It doesn't make sense. I'm waiting for responses. Dead air and things like that. I had some dental work done today too. So if I'm a little quieter than usual or something, that's why. I don't know. Santa. Oh, it could be Santa. It could be Santa Claus integrating drones into his workforce, right? To make his job a little easier. It could be. It's possible. Okay, it's possible. I don't know if it's that gang. I don't know if it's that. Okay, plenty of you are here. Time to get started. Time to get to actual stuff. We're going to talk about it today. And let's first of all, let's see if Tom's here yet. I don't want to just stop by in like an hour or so, and we'll talk. Easy peasy. Sorry, I had to answer that. DM, it's Tom asking what the plan is. Tom, if you're watching, I'm just live right now. I wanted to go over the Jesse Singal stuff because I think it's important. You could join me for that if you'd like, if you want to. But I want to talk about that first, and then so like at 7 or something, just jump backstage and I'll pull you in. Cool. Okay, so we're going to read a article together about what's happening over on the kinder, gentler app, Bluesky. And then we're going to look at some examples and we're going to talk about it. So some of you are asking, who is Jesse Singal? I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name right, so forgive me if I'm not. So Jesse Singal is a journalist, a reporter, and he has a podcast called Blocked and Reported that he does with a lady called Katie Herzog, I believe is her name. Again, forgive me if I'm pronouncing these wrong or getting these wrong. My bad. But he has done a lot of reporting on trans issues, okay? Pretty liberal, pretty non-biased for the most part. But a certain contingent in the trans community, the activist trans community, hate him. And we're going to go over why today, and we're going to go talk about what they're doing about it today. But this has been for years, like years, that they've hated this guy because he reports on medical practices in certain industries, right? Like, and they don't like it. They've accused him of all sorts of things, from being a pedophile to lying, all sorts of crazy shit. But let's read the article. Let's go through it, because Jesse Singal, and the reason we're talking about this today is because Jesse Singal recently made an account on Bluesky, right? I follow him on Twitter. Okay, he doesn't follow me back yet. Unfortunately, he will. One day I will collect them all. But anyway, yeah, he made an account on Bluesky where he just makes normal posts, right? Pretty much. And posts about his Substack, posts about his blog, posts about his thoughts on the various issues of the day. Sometimes I agree with him, sometimes I don't. But Jesse Singal has surpassed my friend Brianna Wu as the most blocked person on Bluesky. 2 weeks ago, it was Brianna Wu, friend of the show, Wick Orbiter. You know her, right? She was the most blocked figure on Bluesky, and they track these things, right? So more people blocked her than anyone else in the world on this app. Jesse Singal has taken the lead, okay? And he is running away with it. And they have created a petition to kick him off the site. And we're going to read about that in this article. Let me get it up. All right, give me 1 second. And we'll talk about it. Firechild, thank you for the 1 year tier 2 membership. I love you. Thank you. You're the best. You're the greatest. Oh, man. Anyway, let's go and let's read this article and then let's talk about it. Okay. Bloop, bloop. Bluesky, and this is from TechCrunch. So it's a tech site. It's a little biased, right? But we'll get into that. I'm sure it'll become apparent as we read the article. But then we have some examples of some of the other things at Bluesky that they're doing that we're going to talk about because I think it deserves to be talked about. Let's read the article. Bluesky at a crossroads as users petition to ban Jesse Singal over anti-trans views and harassment. Written December 13th by Sarah Perez. Don't know who that is. Now, with 25 million users, Bluesky is facing a test that will determine whether or not its platform will still be seen as a safe space and a place of refuge from the toxicity of X. In recent days, a large number of users on Bluesky have been urging the company to ban one newcomer for his opinions and works shared both on and off the platform. Writer and podcast host Jesse Singal joined Bluesky 12 days ago to the horror of much of the Bluesky community. Singal has been cataloged by GLAAD's accountability project for his writings on transgender issues and other matters. The GLAAD project catalogs anti-LGBTQ rhetoric and discriminatory actions of politicians, commentators, organization heads, religious leaders, and legal figures who have been used their platforms, influence, and power to spread misinformation and harm LGBTQ people. I'm not quite sure what they're referring to here. I have not seen anything where Singal has done any of that. I mean, he has different opinions, and he reports on the facts as he sees them, but I don't see any of it as, like, harassment or misinformation. Not really. I mean, has he been wrong before? Maybe, but is that misinformation? I don't know. Let's keep going. He is now the most blocked user on the social network, and user outrage over his participation on the platform is growing. People are demanding that Bluesky take a stand. It's either a place that promises it won't host bad actors, or it's a place that promises not to inflate the reach of bad actors thanks to its various moderation tools. It cannot be both. In Bluesky's earlier days, trans users, like many other marginalized groups and black and queer users, flocked to the social network from Twitter, now called X, after Elon Musk bought it and began to promote more right-wing and conservative views. Bluesky has many custom tools that allow people to control their own social media networking experience, including block lists, layered moderation, custom feeds, custom algorithms, labeling services, and more. This allows users to do things like block groups of users they may not want to interact with, like MAGA supporters, for instance, who can be found on a dedicated block list. Many in the community who escaped Twitter now feel their Bluesky experience is at risk because of Singal's joining. So they list all these ways that if you are on this site and you don't want to see Singal, okay, you don't want to see Jesse, you don't like his work, you want to block him. There are all sorts of ways to do that. They seem to have all the tools that you need. Again, I'm not on Bluesky, so maybe I'm wrong here. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But they have a multitude of tools, okay? A multitude of devices in which you can utilize in order to not see Jesse Singal ever. You don't have to, right? You can block him. You can block those who follow him. You can block those who interact with him. You can make all sorts of, like, again, it's pretty robust, and I'll give this to Bluesky. From reading on their tools that they have available, it seems like to be a pretty robust set of moderation tools that the user can use to curate their own experience. That's a good thing, right? That's what we want. You guys know I'm a free speech absolutist or close to it enough, right? I think that being able to curate your experience is a good thing. Freedom of association is part of freedom of speech, and I think that's a very good thing. So yeah, I'm all for these tools. So my question would be, why do they feel that their experience is at risk because he's there? Just block the guy. It's easy. Why are you at risk because he exists? I don't get it. And he's still going to exist and make his Substacks and shit, even if he does get banned from the platform, right? But anyway, let's keep reading. As a high-profile user, he brings a network of followers with him, which could lead to increased harassment, they say. It could. But again, you can block anyone who follows him or interacts with him. Like, the set of tools are robust. Users can point to a wide number of Singal's writings and opinions as points of reference for his bad reputation, but for Bluesky to ban him, he would have to have violated its terms of service and guidelines specifically. I haven't clicked on this, but I'm going to, and I know there's a risk here. But let's go look. Oh, I don't care. Okay, so if you want to find all his sins, so he wrote a cover story for The Atlantic, headlined, "When Children Say They're Trans, Hormone Surgery, the Choices Are Fraught and There Are No Easy Answers." Okay, and he raises questions in the article. Singal's story was criticized for front-loading the rarer cases. Okay. He admitted to misinterpreting a study on trans kids' alleged desistance. Okay, so he admitted to being wrong here. Raised without citation that trauma, particularly sexual trauma, can contribute or exacerbate gender dysphoria in some patients. So they just disagree. So he defended including the line in a Medium post, and he didn't cite it. And they're very mad, apparently. He amplified the unproven theory of social contagion. And he wrote a defense of Dr. Kenneth Zucker in articles in The Cut in 2016. And these many sins, making a point without citing it, admitting to misinterpreting a study, amplifying unproven theories, defending whoever the fuck this is, Dr. Kenneth Zucker. Okay. For these many sins, writing a cover story for The Atlantic, okay? For these and many other sins, apparently he is a terrible person that is a threat to Bluesky and its safety. It's okay. Let's keep reading the article. Some Bluesky users say he has done so. He has already engaged in targeted harassment on the platform and has a long history of harassing trans folks, they say, as they shared private medical information without patients' consent, a charge Singal disputes. So here's the thing about this specifically, because I saw this. So they are claiming that he posted a link of information, right? Some private information. He makes quite the case for this. Either way, right? Like, so people are accusing him of posting a redacted spreadsheet, and the redacted spreadsheet is from a medical center that dealt with healthcare for trans children, and they are saying that he has violated this constitutes harassment. He doxed a child's medical records. Okay. I'm trying to find where they say he did this, but this is what they're saying. They're saying he doxed a bunch of kids because that were trans. Okay. They're saying he did that on Twitter. They are not posting it, though. They're just saying he did it. The closest thing I or Jesse can figure out what they mean is a spreadsheet. Let me see if I can find that spreadsheet for you just to show you all what they mean. Give me a moment. I should be more prepared for this stuff. I get it, right? I understand. Look, it's Christmas time. You gotta give me a little bit here, okay? I could just do a search on his timeline and I can find it hopefully pretty quickly. It should be easy enough. Because again, I saw this earlier. And it was wild to me, okay? That they considered this doxing. It was wild to me. Because, well, and I want to get it so I can show you so you can see. Because it's easier if I show you, then you can kind of believe me. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. So, this is... Here, let's read the thread. So, this is the accusation that Bluesky let Jesse Singal... Here, so you can see it a little better. Oh, it's hard to... Here, let me... Okay. Anyway, I'll just read it to you. So, Alejandro Caraballo says this. Bluesky let Jesse Singal stay, and now he's posting the spread again with PHI of trans youth from Missouri. They only emboldened him. And so this right here is what they're accusing him of doxing for. PHI is personal health information, basically. That is, makes someone identifiable so that you can identify who they are. Yeah, sharing that is, I think, illegal. So had he shared that, that would be a terrible thing. But the question becomes, did he share that? So let's see what he actually shared here. Let's see if we can find out the unredacted thing. I wish he had put it on here. Let me go back. Apparently that's what... Because I've seen this spreadsheet. There is no personal identifiable information in this. It doesn't have names. It has dates and whether or not they needed to care again. That's it. They don't have names. They don't have anything, right? Addresses, none of that. Again, I really wish I could find it so I could show you so you could see why that's crazy. Okay, here it is. Here's what he showed, okay? And I'll just show it too. So you got a referral date, you got a contact, you got documentation, and a follow-up, and some notes. This is the thing that they are saying doxes people. Look at it. They're saying that this doxes people. No, it fucking doesn't. Look at it again. Look at it again. Okay, so let's just do the first three, okay? So, again, redacted the name, redacted the date of birth. Then you have a referral date. Contact. No contact documented. Documentation. Not an epic. Follow-up. No contact. Notes. There is no way on earth, right, I can figure out who this is referring to based on just this information. I can't. Same for the next one. It's a date of a referral, okay, when they were referred to it, right? Not when they went or anything like that, right? 3LM, I don't even know what these dates are. I don't know what this is referring to. Even if I did, I don't know if that would be, like, again, documentation none, no contact notes, needed a second referral later. Again, how am I supposed to identify anyone based on this? I can't even do any reverse engineering here. These are referral dates. They're not visit dates, right? So I could see an argument like if they were visit dates that maybe this could be reverse engineered so you can figure out who they are, right? Maybe. Like that would take insane amounts of effort, right? You'd have to do a lot more research involved in this. I don't know. I don't know. But you have people going out and saying that this is him violating children's privacy. This is the kind of shit we're dealing with here, okay? So these are the things that they're referring to. Keep going in the article. Shoeboot says, okay, cool. So I'm trusting you guys not to insert your bias here, but is he anti-trans or is he not pro-trans enough for the far left? He's trans skeptical, I would say. I'm trying to actually get him on to my show to actually talk to him. But I've read his articles. I've read his Substack. He is by no means anti-trans. He's not like one of those people calling for bans on trans healthcare and things like that. Trans skeptical is probably the best way I could describe him. IMT30 says, if the uncensored versions are widely available if looked for, therefore docs. Is it? I don't know if it is. If they're widely available, if the information is just out there, and I don't consider that doxing. Maybe I'm wrong here. So if I have a spreadsheet, okay, and that spreadsheet is something that anyone can Google, anyone can look up, and I want to reference something on that spreadsheet. And so I redact the names and I redact the addresses, and then I post that spreadsheet in order to bolster an argument to point something else out on that. Is that doxing? I don't think so. TomFoolery says he's put out misinfo on trans kids a bit too many times to where it's possible. So we just read this. According to Glad, Glaad, he has done it once. And he admitted to misinterpreting his study on trans kids' alleged desistance. If you have other issues where he's done it, I'm not aware of them. I'm just going with Glad, what the article cited. Let's keep reading. Okay. Okay, a new change.org petition is circulating arguing Bluesky should simply ban Singal. At time of writing, the petition asking Bluesky to enforce its guidelines already has over 18,000 signatures, including one from singer Lizzo. I don't know why that's included there. Like, okay, Lizzo. Lizzo, isn't she that singer lady? What does it matter if she signed it? I don't understand why this is included, but whatever. Bluesky users have also reported Singal's account en masse, leading the company to ban him, reinstate him, and then label his account intolerant by its moderation services. That means users can go into their Bluesky settings to turn on or off or set to be warned about posts that fall into this category. But many Bluesky users don't want to just moderate and ignore Singal. They want him gone. It's become a deal breaker. By keeping him, Bluesky risks harming the community, depleting its goodwill and losing users, while also sending a signal to others that bad actors and harassers are welcome there. But by banning Singal, Bluesky could come under attack from the next head of the FCC, Brendan Carr, who is ready to come after social networks he believes are suppressing conservative views. Whatever Bluesky does here will attract attention for better or worse. I think at this point, okay, gang, at this point, we're going to do something here. at this point, we are going to take a look at some of what people, the ones worried, so worried here about Jesse Singal, okay? What they've been saying about him. And I'll give you, give me a second. We'll get to it. There's plenty of examples. So they are worried that keeping Jesse Singal here will make the site worse, right? They're afraid that by not banning Singal, it sends a signal that harassment is tolerated on this site. So let's look at some of the stuff that people have been saying on Bluesky about Jesse Singal. Jesse Singal, 2 to the chest, 1 to the forehead, a little less than an inch above the nasal bridge. If this site is banning Bill Kezos but not Jesse Singal, then it's cooked, simple as. Bill Kezos, by the way, is this guy who just said that, again, Jesse Singal, 2 to the chest, 1 to the forehead, a little less than an inch above. They banned him for that. Makes sense why they might, right? Apparently he got banned for this. And people are like, if this is banning that, but not Jesse Singal, then it's cooked. Simple as. How dare they not ban a Substack guy with a podcast who has different opinions on trans issues than me, and they dare to ban a guy threatening to murder him by putting bullets in him, okay? They can't ban Singal, but they can Bill Kezos again. And that's not, like, the only thing that's been said. I'm looking for, there's a better list of all the bullshit that they're saying. Here's another one. Jesse Singal and assorted grifters want us dead, so I similarly want him dead. This is Bluesky, gang. This is the calmer, gentler stuff. If you wanted to get away from all the shit on Twitter, this is where you went. Oh my God. It's some of the craziest shit. I think Jesse Singal should be beat to death in the streets. Jesse Singal, get fucked and die, stupid kitty fucker piece of shit, trash subhuman bitch. Fuck, I hope someone breaks every bone in your body and castrates your penis and balls, then beats you to death, stupid bitch. Jesse Singal has said many times he enjoys getting punched in the face. I am in no way endorsing or inciting violence. I am simply asking the question, why not punch Jesse Singal in the face as hard as you can? It's not wrong to ask questions, after all. Guys like Singal have made a career of this tactic, and for some reason, the blood of dead trans kids on his hands isn't seen as murder? Infuriating? We're witnessing, gang. Okay? And I want to make this clear. We are witnessing a modern day lynching. This is a modern day witch burning. If you put Jesse Singal in a room with these people who've said all these things, right? And there's thousands of them. We don't have the time, nor do I have the morale to go through every single goddamn one of these crazy ass posts about him getting beaten to death with hammers, castrated, skinned alive, killed, put in burning oil, right? Lit on fire, hunted down. They're mad that they can't post this guy's address, by the way. Bluesky has had to auto-moderate anyone posting his address because they keep trying, right? If you put him in a room with these people, he would be ripped apart. He would be lynched. They would kill him. They would kill him. And he's the threat? Infallible Foul says, this is a new low wick. Are you trying to get a job at TYT? Infallible Foul, what is this? What is low about this? Why? Explain yourself. This is a new low. I'm watching a modern day lynching happen, and I'm calling it out, and that's a low? Why is that a low? I think that's something we should do. If this was happening and people were saying this about, if the right was saying this about someone on the left, I would call that shit out as horrific too. In fact, there's an incident right now where they are making, groypers are making memes of raping someone's kid. That's disgusting. But you know what happens? X bans that. Twitter bans that. And everyone, even Nick Fuentes, says that's disgusting. Stop. Right? This, however, what's happening to Singal, again, I want you guys to remember the tone of the article that were just reading, right? And how it was like, well, Singal probably, he might be a danger. Some people say he's a danger. Some people say he's going to increase harassment if he's on the site. And honestly, the article might be right, and the people saying he might increase harassment because he's on the site might be correct, but it's only because he's going to get harassed by a ton of mentally ill people who want to literally rip him limb from limb, set him on fire, castrate him, and beat him to death, put bullets in him, right? And then they cheer it on, get all the likes, all the attention, all the love, right? And that is disgusting to me. And yes, I want to point out this information. I want to call it disgusting, and I want it to stop happening because this is unacceptable. Infallible Foul says, just ignore anything else going on in the world. Just jump to defend someone who harasses trans people. Why is he harassing trans people? He's saying things like, hey, don't threaten to kill me. That's not harassing trans people. That's saying, hey, don't threaten to fucking kill me. Zach says, is there any credibility to these threats? They're trying to post his address. Like, Bluesky's had to moderate out his specific address because it's been posted so many times. So you can't post that address without it getting auto-moderated now because they've been trying to post where he lives. I don't know. That seems credible to me. It seems credible to me. I don't look. For a place that bills itself as not a cesspool, because I get it. I get the criticisms of X right now. I do. I understand. There's a lot of anti-Semitism there. There is, right? There's a lot of hate there. There is. Bluesky? That's not fucking better. It's not. It's not better at all, in fact, if people can do shit like this. And here is like some of the other things that people are saying on this. Well, give me a second. Let me find it. There's just so much here. There's just so much. And it's hard to here, this is a post that was made, and I want to highlight this not because, well, let's just read it. This is posted on Bluesky. Honestly, banning Jesse Singal would probably be in his best interest too. The more he keeps tormenting people, the more likely it is that one of them will snap and end his life. He is safest when we don't have to think about him. The gall of these people saying he's tormenting us. Bro, you're the one that's making all these death threats. You're the one wanting to kill him in gruesome, graphic ways. How is this on him? What is this bullshit? And then to frame it as you're doing him a favor by getting him banned, because otherwise you guys will all think about him, and that's going to lead you into a murderous rage that's going to kill him. And that's his fault? What? You're insane. You're nuts. We have to, okay, we have to stop being afraid to say it, okay? Certain people are mentally ill, and we need to call it out, and they're mentally ill in a way that we can't tolerate. That's not acceptable in polite society. That's not acceptable in society in general, right? If you have such a lack of ability to control yourself that you are making these kinds of threats, let's bring back involuntary institutionalization. Bring it back. We're doing them no kindness by letting them wander the streets, okay? If you can't take care of yourself, if you can't control yourself, right? Just like anyone who steals, robs, breaks the law, etc. If you demonstrate the inability to live life like in a way that isn't threatening to others, maybe you need to be somewhere else. Maybe we need to bring back involuntary institutionalization, right? And this article bothers me so much because they're like, it's at a crossroads, right? What are they gonna do? If they don't ban his account, everyone's gonna see them as hosting bad actors. Let me give you the normie perspective here, and I'm center left guy, right? I'm Harris voter, all that, right? Democrat, hurrah, rah, rah, let's go Team Blue. But I am pretty normal in my views, right? I consider myself pretty. I have my fingers on the pulse of normal America. Okay, I do. And to I think we could just look at the recent spate, the recent discourse around the Luigi Maglione or whoever, to show how my take was the same take, whereas a bunch of leftists and a bunch of right-leaning people too, the extremists got it wrong. I was correct in what normal America was feeling. I'm going to use that as evidence. It's the most recent example I got. So let me give you my take as someone who is a normie. We look at stuff like this. I look at Bluesky, and I look at what they're allowing to happen to poor Jesse here, and I want nothing to do with it. I see it as a cesspool. I see it as a place where it isn't safe. Why would it be? If you as a site are allowing this kind of thing, and that's a choice you can make. To be clear, it's a based free speech choice. But if you're going to ban Jesse, but not ban these guys, then no, I'm never going to take you seriously again, right? Look, base free speech choice, if you want to allow that, cool. But then you got to allow Jesse on. And you got to get rid of his intolerant label. Simple as. If these guys aren't going to be labeled intolerant, neither should Jesse. Jesse's been much more tolerant than these fucks. These murderous psychopaths. And this is a lot of the problem that we need to find an answer for on the left, right? We need to find a way to distance ourselves, even more than I think some of us have, right? From murderous psychopaths. Literally murderous psychopaths. And it bothers me because the way I'm stuttering here. I'm so angry. The whole purpose of engaging in this behavior, for some of them, not all of them, for some, the whole purpose of this, of trying to get him banned, is to send a message. It's to instill fear. It's to instill fear that if you question them, if you go against them, if you disagree with them, if you step out of line, this is what you're going to get. And it's going to be upheld by the institution that is Bluesky. That's their goal here. It's a power play. It's to show if you cross us, we will deplatform you and we will harass you with impunity. We will dox you. We will give you death threats and you can't do anything about it. That's their goal. And it's a pretty good tactic, strategic-wise, because who would want to delve into this kind of journalism, this kind of reporting, this kind of fact-finding, if they know that if they disagree with these people, this is what's going to happen to them? Man, they got better things to do. They want to live in peace, okay? They want to just go about their lives. They just want to be normal people, make some money, okay? They don't want to face down thousands of people harassing them, trying to dox them, give them death threats. Yeah, I want to try to get Jesse on my show. If you know Jesse Singal, if you have a connection to Jesse Singal and you can get him to come on my show, I'd love to have him and sit down and talk to him. Make him answer for his crap. No, I just really am curious how he copes with it, right? Trib1 says, what you showed about the visits, if the redacted parts weren't redacted, then that's doxing. Yes, but what I showed you about the visits is what he posted. It was redacted. He posted the redacted thing. Yeah, I agree. But there are a lot of people saying he did. A lot of people, like this Alejandro Cabrera lady, right? Are saying, and they do this trick. And let me show you the trick, okay? Let me show you the trick. Give me a second, because I think it's important to kind of you make a good point, and this is the important thing that they do, and I want to show you. Okay, here it is. So this is what they say he posted, right? And they post his little thing here, okay? And they blank out all this. Jesse didn't do this, by the way. This Alejandro did. They blank out all this and they say, this is what he didn't redact and it was doxable information. But I can't tell you what that information is because it'd be doxable, right? You can see, even on this post, because we saw the other earlier, right? The names, the address, all that stuff's redacted out on his post. And there, again, it's like, have you guys ever seen the unnecessary censorship of Sesame Street? And it's a funny little video where they bleep out certain words from Sesame Street characters to make it sound like they're saying something naughty or dirty or raunchy. And it's funny, but it is like unnecessary censorship. And this is kind of what the trick is here, right? Is you block out all this information. You say it was doxing information. You say you can't talk about that information because it'd be doxing them. And then people believe you and they run with it. And this becomes the narrative. And this is what's happened in Jesse's case. This isn't the only example of this happening in Jesse's case, but this is a recent example of it happening in Jesse's case where, again, they just fucking lie. They just fucking lie. And it makes it harder for me. Again, as someone looking at this, a non-biased person looking at all this, and I see a bunch of people claiming that Jesse's a liar, and then Jesse saying, no, I'm not, and then I look at the information both provide, it's really clear Jesse is in the right here, okay, at least in this. So when you make all these other claims about what Jesse's saying, I don't believe you anymore. I just don't. And in fact, I now know something about you. I know that you are willing to lie if it suits your cause. I know you're willing to mislead people if it's against someone you don't like. And that, ladies and gentlemen, makes you not credible in my eyes. Okay? Look, people get things wrong all the time. I get things wrong. It happens, right? It happens. But then you like, oh, nope, I was wrong on this. And you move on, right? And you don't keep bringing it up. You don't continue down that path. Yeah, being wrong is the first step into becoming right? You got to be wrong before you're right. Not always, right? It's I'm being reductive, but and this is, I think, a large portion of why we need to just jettison certain people from the left, because they have proven to be non-credible actors. And by associating ourselves with them, we become less credible ourselves. Now, again, we can recognize that everyone deserves a second chance. And I think even someone as extreme who's lied a lot, if they come forward and they're like, you know what I did to Jesse was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I was just very scared for my safety. I was very scared about the state of trans healthcare in America and how I see it going poorly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Had they said that, okay, they come forward like that, I think we should give them a second chance. We need off-ramps for these things, okay? But I don't know. They seem to be doubling down. It seems to be very bad. Okay. Oh, great. I just got confirmation from Armand Domalev that we are Domaluski, sorry. Armand Domaluski. He's the co-founder of Yimbies for Harris. We're going to have him on Wednesday, and that's going to be fun. So, guys, tune in for that. Okay, let's see. Oh, Tom's going to be with us at 7:30. So I need 30 more minutes of content. Oh, yeah, let's go, gang. Nine Ong says after this they would do that. You know what? I think some would. Honestly. I think that one of the unfortunate things about extremist groups is one of the things they tell their members to keep them from going into the wider world or becoming normies, right? Is they make the argument, and you see this with extremist right-wing groups like the KKK a lot. The KKK, when they have their parades, one of the things they do is they put their children in front, okay? So they put their children at the front of the parade so that their children will get harassed, spit on, attacked, etc. And they use this and they take their kids and say, see, this is what the world thinks of you. We are your friends and your only family. This is what the world will treat you like if you try to leave to the world, right? We are the only place that will have you. And it's very effective. I think that a lot of trans groups do something similar. They will, I'm talking activist groups, right? I'm not talking normal trans people, of which there are a lot, to be clear, right? There are a ton. But I'm talking about the activists, okay? The extremists. That they'll take their people and they'll say, look, we're the only ones who's going to ever stick up for you. And look at how they treat me. Look at how they call me a liar. Look at how they misgender me. Look at how they do all these bad things to me and to those around me. You can't trust them, right? They're always going to be this way. We're your only spokespeople. We're the only ones who will stick up for you. You have no other choice but to go with us. And that's how they retain power, right? And again, there's a lot of groups who do this, right and left. Extremist groups do this all the time. Okay, it's a very effective tactic. Unfortunately, one of the reasons it's effective is because people play into it because they're dumb. Okay, people spit on the KKK kids, right? People attack the KKK kids, right? They're kids, though, right? They're kids. And yes, in response to the lies and stuff that some of these trans activists tell, people will behave poorly towards the, like, people think that the eye for an eye thing is a good way to live. There's a lot of people who believe that. So they'll do the, when they go low, we go lower type of deal. And this creates kind of like this race to the bottom, this reciprocal radicalization that happens. And you can see it with the trans issues as well, because there are a lot of bad people, people who respond to these bad actors by being bad actors themselves, right? By saying, well, oh, you're going to call me this? You're going to say this? Well, then I'm going to do this to you. And it just feeds into this like victimhood narrativization that they have. It feeds it. It's helping them in their actual goal here, which is to isolate certain communities from the larger whole, to prevent them from becoming normal, from becoming moderate, and to radicalize them, right? And to keep them extreme so that you can have power over them. So anytime you're in there and you're engaging in that behavior to what you see as a bad actor, you are playing into that bad actor's hands. I just want you to know this, right? Because I see you guys, not you guys specifically, but I see people do this all the time, right? All the time. And it needs to stop. There's a reason being better than the other people works, okay? It's because you show them, their flock, if you will, that they're not going to be spit on, that they're not going to be killed, that they're not going to die, that they're not going to be socially isolated if they step out of these bubbles, okay? If they step out of these extremist cultures and groups. And we need to find a way, and I'm being reductive a little bit here, okay? Because there's some obvious issues with reintegrating extremists into society. But we need to figure out a way to do that. Otherwise, the only other option that these people have is to double down and continue doing what they're doing, which we want them to stop doing. Rabid Wombat says Wick is against integration. Rabid Wombat, what are you doing? Why are you being silly? Yes, the kids are lied to as well. But no, the kids actually get spit on too. I can show you a video not of a KKK kid. I can show you a video of a Trump kid being attacked verbally by some adult, right? I can show you video of that. So if you don't think this happens to the KKK kids, you're fucking wrong. And here's a mistake people make as well. They say, I would never do that. Therefore, the people around me who are associated with me, who I share values with or share the political opinions with, would also never do that, which is a mistake. Because there is some who would. It might not be a lot. It doesn't need to be a lot. It needs to be enough, right? It needs to be enough. It doesn't have to be the majority. It has to be like enough, right? I'm not sure where that threshold is, but there is a threshold, and it's not near the majority. And it's a mistake people make. It's a mistake a failure to think outside of themselves, to think, well, I would never do that. I held these beliefs. I hold these opinions. I would never engage in that. So therefore, the other people who hold my beliefs and opinions would also never engage in that. And that's just, again, it doesn't play out. Ning Ong says, was it that one video where the blonde chick yells at the kid in the stroller? Yes, it was a kid in a stroller, right? Why is she yelling at it? The kid in the stroller. And to the credit, right, of the Harris crowd, the lady next to her sees that and stops her immediately. The Harris supporter next to her says, don't do that shit, right? Stops her immediately, which is good. And that's what we need to do. But it's all about, and this is how we get into these like ruts, right? These existential battles, Armageddon, apocalyptic battles online. If this person is allowed to be in our circle, it is the end of our circle, right? In our circle being a platform, right, that everyone uses. Bluesky. Or, well, not everyone uses. You know what I mean, okay? The people have been lied to. I am certain that there is a large portion of the people who are engaging in this behavior who actually believe that Jesse Singal is an existential threat to them. By allowing him to be on Bluesky, it represents an existential threat to them. They are unsafe with him there. They are unsafe with him there because he'll bring his followers, which will harass them and make them worse. I don't see evidence of that. The evidence I see is that because they believe this, they have decided and made a decision that it's okay to dox him, to threaten him with death in a wide variety of ways, and to petition to have him deplatformed. Those people are dumb, shoe boots. Yes, they are. But dumb or not, again, what we are doing is we are witnessing a modern witch burning, a modern witch hunt, a modern lynching, okay? And this is how it carries out. This is how it plays out. We are seeing it live on air. And it's frankly fascinating, okay? It's horrific, but fascinating. And so I've been watching this play out over a week now, okay? And who defends it, who doesn't, where people take their sides, who remains neutral, all these things. I'm watching. I'm learning, if you will. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Okay. Well, I have about 30 minutes to kill before our friend Tom gets here, apparently. Give me a second. And luckily for you, ladies and gentlemen, I have more content. So let me go. And let's speaking of the crazies on the right, let's look at some crazies on the right, okay? Or more right-leaning crazies. It's a little less crazy, mind you, but it's still wild to me. Let's look at the recent controversy over video games, okay? So the Game Awards came out and they had some previews, and in these previews there's a couple games that came out that people are up in arms about. So one was called Intergalactic. I don't know much about the gameplay, but it featured a woman who shaved her head, and the gamers are very, very upset. Not all the gamers, obviously, right? I think Asmongold was making fun of these people, but they exist, right? They exist. And the other one was The Witcher 4, in which Ciri, apparently, if you're familiar at all with the lore, Ciri was kind of like the main character in the books, or one of the main characters in the books. But she is going to be the player character, or the one you play as, for The Witcher 4, and not Geralt, as I understand it, again. And they're very mad at that as well, because she looks older and not as fuckable, I guess. So let's talk about that. Gamers, if you're in chat here, if you're a gamer and you have a problem with these things, why? Why? Let's look at okay, just so everyone is on the same page and we know what we're talking about. Here's what we talk about. This is from Tectone. Okay, it's got 3,000 likes. I don't know. I know you can't see it down here, but I'm looking at it. Almost 4,000 at this point. It says what video game industry thinks we want versus what we actually want, and it shows this is the main character for I believe it's Intergalactic. Sorry if I'm getting the name wrong, and this is the main character for Stellar Blade. If you have a problem with either of these, your brain's broken. Okay. How a main character looks it depends on the game and what the game's going for, what the aesthetic that they're going for is. There is nothing wrong with either of these. If this is kind of the kind of, you know what this reminds me of, honestly? It reminds me of Alien. The Aliens movie. You guys remember that franchise? This kind of sets that aesthetic for me. This looks like Ripley, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. If that's the feel you're going for. Kind of like the gritty, hard, futuristic look. Militaristic a little bit too. Yeah, that's perfectly sane. Perfectly sane to model your character like that and to have that out. There's nothing wrong with that. But yet we have examples of people going crazy about this. Like literally crazy about this. And I don't understand it. I don't get it. Why do you care? Look, if I'm looking at a game, the first thing I look at is, well, what's the gameplay like? And I feel like I'm one of the few people who does this. Because every day I see people getting mad because they change someone's outfit in a game. Or they have a character that's not the race they like in the game. Or who knows? All these things. The game's fun or not, depending on the gameplay. Who is judging whether or not they play a game because of the character aesthetics? Who's doing that? And if there's a sizable portion of people who are actively doing that, and it seems to me that there is, this might be one of the reasons I don't really play a lot of games anymore. I play a few, don't get me wrong. There's some great ones, right? But I just don't, because developers are worried about this shit rather than the actual gameplay. It's distracting them, and they don't need to be distracted. Hold them to account if the game sucks because of the gameplay. If there's bugs, if it's poorly supported, right? If it lags too much, if the infrastructure around it doesn't work, if it's not backwards compatible even, right? If they promise that, if they say that they're going to do something and they don't do something, hold them to accountable. If it takes way too long to develop, all these things, if it's too costly, all these things, totally cool. Hold them to account for it. Let's get better games. Fighting about this shit isn't going to get us better games. It's just not. It's just not. Like, if Intergalactic has good gameplay, I don't care. I literally don't care whether the main character looks like this or looks like this. I need to play the game. How does it play? Is it interesting? Is the character customization there? Can I make meaningful choices during gameplay? That's what I care about. So why have we decided to make this into a big fight? You know, the word grifter is thrown around way too much these days, okay? Ghosty says, does this tell us a large amount of guys play video games because they like cartoon boobies? I like cartoon boobies, okay? But I don't play video games to get off, okay? I'm not here. Look, if I play a video game, it's to play a video game. If I wanted to jerk off, there's other avenues, okay? There's other venues that I would go to rather than a video game. Who's choosing a video game to... I just don't get it. I don't know. Whether or not I can fuck the main character of a video game has no bearing on whether that game is good or not. I just don't get it. Gang, also, while we're waiting, and we got some more to go over, I have one more thing to talk about before we get TomFoolery on. If you like my content, hit that like button, okay? It's there, and it's free, and you could just hit that like button, okay? You can also, if you'd like, subscribe to the content. And that really helps me, actually. The more people who... I don't know if you guys understand. Like, if I get a lot of likes on a video, that video gets a lot more views because it gets boosted in the algorithm. Right? So I see what? There's 100 of you, 101 of you watching me right now. And we got 22 likes. If that like number was 100, I would be getting so many more viewers right now, because it would be boosted. It would be shown to people because the algorithm thinks, oh, people actually like this content, and it goes crazy with it. Okay, so again, easy. Just click that like button. And also, it is, gang. It is the season. It is Christmas time. Okay, so if you want to actually give me money and super chat at me or become a member to the YouTube, you absolutely may. I got some news over the weekend, okay? Some best news of my career. I can't tell you what it is yet. I promise not to. But hopefully, in the next month or so, I will be having a good announcement, and I think you guys will enjoy it. I'm excited for it. Yeah. Screaming Sturmovic says more people who hear or see this equals more brain damage. You know what? I think if more people watch my content, the world would be a better place. I'm not kidding. If more people not only watched it, but internalized my messages, I do think the world would be better. I wish you guys would. I wish you guys wouldn't just watch, but I wish you would put into practice what I preach. What is it that I preach? Honesty, thoughtfulness, tolerance, seeing people as people rather than as enemies. All these things. Lame, I know. But it is what it is. One of the things that I like about my show is I do have a lot of people who disagree with me. $5 from Zach to say, you're center cucked, but you're good. Merry Xmas. Thank you for the $5. I do appreciate you. Here's the thing. A lot of my viewers don't agree with me, and I think that's good. And I'll tell you why, right? Because I want to cultivate an audience that can disagree with not just me, but with each other, and still be an audience, be a community, be all recognized as each other as human beings who are worthy of consideration, worthy of basic respect. Okay? And that's what I want, right? I want that in America. And too often we have lacked that in American politics. Too often, especially lately, we have lacked that in American politics. We don't see each other as fellow Americans. We see each other as enemies. And I get it. Look, politics is rough and tumble. Okay? It's cutthroat. But we have to, again, keep in the back of our mind that even though I strenuously and vigorously disagree with a lot of what Republicans stand for, they are still Americans. And they are deserving of basic respect and dignity. Just like I am. Just like Democrats are. And I wish more of us would practice what we preach in that, right? I wish more of us would see each other, our political enemies, not as combatants to be destroyed, but as brothers and sisters to be talked to and convinced. And even if I can't convince you, right? Even if I can't convince you of my point of view, I hope that you'll at least listen and understand why I think what I do, right? Why I believe how I believe, why I do what I do. And I'd like that to be kind of a more, I want that to be the norm, okay? I want that to be the norm in America. It's not, especially not on these social media sites, especially not in the streaming world. And I've said this before, but I'll say this again. Like, look, I'm probably at like one of my ceilings here for content, okay? For viewership, all that. I think I could blow up a little more, especially if what I got cooking goes through. It's gonna be the biggest show I've ever fucking done. But until then, right? Like, a lot of people don't want thoughtful content where their views are challenged. They want to be preached to. They want someone to tell them that they're right and their enemies are wrong, that they are the true God-fearing Americans, or they're the true scientific loving American, whatever, right? And that the other people are bad. And the reasons that we have all the problems in the world are the other people and what they believe and what they think. We are righteous, they are sinners. That's what they want. That's what almost everyone wants. I get it. It makes you feel good. I understand it. I do. I understand it. I'm right. You're wrong. Ha ha. That's what they want. And they want people to give them that ammo, that rhetorical ammo that they can use in their own little debate spheres and things like that. They want people to tell them why that they are correct and what they believe already. Sorry, gang, I'm not going to do that. If I believe something, I'll tell you I believe it. If I don't believe something, I'll tell you I'm skeptical of it. And my beliefs aren't really orthodox. They're not orthodox left. They're not. I have some right-wing beliefs. I have some center-ish beliefs. Most of my beliefs are left, right? That's true. But I do have some just right-wing beliefs. I have some century beliefs, okay? And I'm not gonna like pretend I don't believe them. One of the criticisms I got earlier today in my stream, actually, from Infallible Foul, was like, why are you covering this when there's so much bad that the right is doing? Why are you covering what the left's doing to Jesse Singal? Because if I don't talk about it in these spaces, I don't think anyone would. I don't think any leftist would. And I think it's important, right, for people to hear what the left is doing wrong from a leftist so that they know, or from a Democrat, I guess, in my case, right? But, they want you. It's important that people hear what the Democrats do wrong from a Democrat, because it shows that the Democrats aren't all like that. And that's important. That's important. It's important because we need to make it clear that this is not who we are. This kind of behavior is unacceptable, or it should be unacceptable. Once again, my content is never going to be super popular. Not really. I've given up on that because I don't excuse bad actors on my side. Because I tell people no. My content tells you no. Whereas a lot of people content is just permission. It's permission to engage in their worst impulses, their worst thought processes. And that's just super popular because it's easy and feels good. So that's it. Let's go on to the next thing I wanted to talk about, because I have mixed thoughts on this and I'm curious what you guys think. So, recently, Pope Francis, okay, prayed for both Ukrainians and Russians. They are brothers, cousins. Let them come to an understanding. War is always a defeat. Peace to the whole world. As you can see from the replies, people are not happy. People are not happy with this statement. Look, you guys know I support Ukraine. I'm anti-Russia. I think Putin's a bad actor. So maybe you guys will hate me for this, but Pope's right. Christians have a habit, or should have a habit, they've lost this in recent years, right, of praying for those who do bad things, of praying for sinners and victims alike. The Russian people are victims of Putin, too. They are. Yes. The Russians are 100% in the wrong in what's going on. The Russian nation, right? The Ukrainians are the victims. The Russians are the bad guys. Okay? The nation is the bad guy. But it is the most Christian thing in the world to pray for your enemies. The Pope behaving like a Christian? Who would have thought? Who'd have thunk it? Shubut says, there is a duality, though. The Russians are victims, but they're also responsible for their government. How responsible are they? There were protests for the war when it first started. Do you guys remember? A lot of brave Russians stood up, protested the war. You don't see that anymore. Do you know why? Because they all got gotten away, right? And that's what happens in these authoritarian regimes. If you don't toe the line, you will be disappeared. According to Locke, Shubit says they have an obligation to rise up and overthrow. And that, it's much easier said than done. And I don't know. I can't really, like, it's a big ask to ask someone to in Russia to go against Putin. Like, they die. They all die. There have been plenty of challengers to Putin over the years of his reign. Windows, they get pushed out of windows. They get poisoned. I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, eventually, I don't know. Like, so simply praying for peace, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I'll get a lot of hate for this later. It is what it is. And again, like I said, I want Russia driven out of Ukraine. I want American military to go in and step it up and make sure that Russia isn't existing anymore within Ukrainian territory. But that does not mean I won't pray for Russians, that I won't pray for peace. And especially someone who is the leader of a Christian denomination, I would expect that they would do the same. It just makes sense. This is what I mean about, like, we've become so poisoned with one with another. Again, I'm not excusing anything that the Russians have done. They've committed horrific war crimes, okay? They have committed horrific things. But again, praying for peace isn't a sin. I don't know. I don't know. Like, it becomes into this thing, right, where, like, remember earlier when I said that one of the ways that people hold power in extremist groups is because the people under them, the people that they're trying to influence, see no off ramp? The way that Russians are talked about in the West, as orcs, as inhuman monsters, Putin uses that to hold power. You are helping Putin when you say things like that, because he uses it as propaganda. Say, this is what they think of you. You want to overthrow me? If without me, these people would kill you. They think you're orcs. They think you're less than human. Now, obviously, he's exaggerating this. He's lying. He's a terrible human being. But it doesn't help that he has all this ammo to use. And I get it. I'm not going to sit here and wag my finger at a Ukrainian person who lost their family, whose country has been invaded. I'm not going to wag my finger at them and say that, oh, you shouldn't call them orcs, blah, 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 blah. But who I will wag my finger at is some weirdo in America who has no family in Ukraine, who just, again, has really moral issues with the war, start to engage in that kind of rhetoric. I will wag my finger at you because fuck you, right? I don't know. That's why I also find the tankies who are saying they're Ukrainians or Nazis, I find that disgusting too. So don't get me wrong. Okay, Tom, where you at? Jump backstage, buddy. I'm running out of content here. Shoeboot says, I gotta be honest, I don't really see it was a lot more prevalent at the beginning of the war. It's not so much prevalent now, but it was a lot more prevalent at the beginning of the war. Screaming Sturmovic says this is a brain damage BS I was talking about. The brain damage BS of saying Christians pray for their enemies? Is that the brain damaging BS? Or the, hey, we shouldn't dehumanize people? Is that the brain damaging BS? Where's the brain damaging BS? Can you show me? I'm waiting. See, this is the thing that they do. This is the trick people play. They'll say, you're doing this. And then when you ask them to specify and elaborate, they won't be able to. They're saying, it's just bad. It's just wrong. Okay, why? Show me what I did that was wrong. It's because you're fucking brain rot, you... Well, they used to call me a tooth cuck before my tooth got fixed. I don't know what the thing is. Both sidesing a clear wrong. Okay. Me saying that, as I did, I want the American military to come out and remove any Russian presence from Ukraine, including Crimea. Is that both sidesing the conflict? Is that what you think both sidesing means? Is me simply saying both sides have humans in them and we shouldn't dehumanize? Is that both sidesing to you? I was promised Tom 10 too. Portland is burning. I'm waiting for him to jump backstage whenever he's ready. I think we can point out bad actors where they exist, and I don't have to excuse evil because there is a bigger evil at play. I reject that notion. I reject the notion that because someone is doing something worse, that I can't point out something that's bad that's in front of me. I reject that. I'm never going to stop doing it. And if you don't like it, you can fucking leave because it's going to continue and it's going to continue and I'm going to make it worse. I'm going to be worse, right? I'm going to be worse because I'm going to keep doing it. This is the trick that evil uses. They say, well, you can't target me. I'm just a small, little evil. Look at all these big evils out there. Why aren't you targeting them? It's not going to work here, kings. It's not going to work here, queens. Sorry. Shoeboot says, yeah, if you follow the logic of what about something worse, then you end up with only one thing in the entire world that you're allowed to criticize. True. What is that thing? That thing is the Oxford comma. Fuck that Oxford comma shit, okay? I don't know who uses Oxford commas, but they're evil. We should stop it. I was going for something funnier, but my brain fried for a minute. I keep checking backstage for Tom, but he's not here. Screaming Sturmovik says, Zach, no, the Pope is both siding, and Wick says he's right. The Pope is praying for all sides of a conflict. That's a Christian thing to do. That's what Jesus did. Pray for those who hurt you. That's literally from the Bible. And if you're shocked that he's doing that, you don't know anything about Christianity, right? Remember when Christ was on the cross, the Romans had crucified him and were killing him. And he said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. You would have been screaming at him, both sides! He's both siding them! My God, look at Christ both siding this conflict! One is clearly wrong! Shut the fuck up! Get the fuck out of here. AKA Batusi, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. You're a king. I love you. Screaming Sternovic would have been screaming at Christ while he's being crucified on the cross. You are both siding it! Why are you both siding it? What a goon. Ugh. It's this inability, and I wonder why people think this, right? I'm not sure when this happened, but it's more common now than almost ever before, right? At least in my lifetime. I'm sure it was probably worse in the 60s and the Civil War. Fair enough. But during my lifetime, I've never seen it worse. I've never seen where you can't even entertain another person's argument because then you're both siding things. Right? You can't even entertain that there might be bad actors on both sides because then you're siding with evil against the good. No. I reject that. Infallible Foul says Wick thinks he's Jesus now because he always finds someone on the left to complain about. I think I'm Jesus. I'm trying to be like Jesus, and I find that no sin. I'm not Christian, to be clear, right? I'm agnostic. But I think that one could do worse than modeling one's life after Christ. One could do a lot worse. I remember, again, I grew up religious, and maybe it's just with me, but I remember the song, like, I'm trying to be like Jesus. I'm following in his ways. I'm trying to learn like he did in all that I do and say. That's just good. If the world did, one of my problems with Christianity is Christians don't follow Christ. One of my big problems with it, okay? Right? If Christians followed Christ, the world would be 100% a better place. They just acted more Christ-like. But they don't. Again, I'm not perfect at it. If you guys think I'm comparing myself to Jesus, well, first of all, I don't think it's wrong to compare yourself to Jesus, because how else are you going to become more like him? Okay, within the Christian framework, obviously. If you want to he is the great exemplar. Okay, I honestly just need to do a religion show at one point, because I've realized that no one really reads the Bible. No one. Again, I used to be a missionary. I know what I'm talking about here, right? I am a subject matter expert at this. But yeah, you have to compare yourself to Jesus, because that's the great exemplar, and comparing yourself to your example and then striving to close that gap is a good thing, and we should do that more, right? um Portland is Burning says nobody wants that, Wick. Well, maybe not. Hold up. Tom's gonna be here in about 2 minutes, so you only got to listen to me for about 2 minutes before the Tom 10. Yeah. Solemn Argus says secular people have an awfully skewed view of how Christians are supposed to act. They don't have to be angels all the time, brothers and sisters. In the Sermon on the Mount, Christ gave a charge to people, and he said this. He said, "Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect." So again, I don't excuse this, right? Like, no, people should act better, including me. I should be better. Yes, but to excuse it's excusing evil. It's a very easy thing to do. It's a thing that everyone does to some extent. They're saying, well, it's okay that I do this little bad thing. That's okay. It's okay. I'm trying. I'm doing all these good things. This little bad thing, it doesn't matter, right? It's okay, right? We don't have to worry about that too much. No, stop. Yes, you do. Screaming Sturmovic says, if only the Ukrainians were more Christ-like and turned the other cheek to the Russians. Christ came to bring a sword, right? Like, Christ didn't ask people to give up and die. And I think it's no sin for a nation to defend itself. But again, if you're going to be mad at the Pope for praying for Russians and Ukrainians, then you don't understand Christianity. You don't understand Catholicism. You don't understand any of that. And that's fine. But to call that both sidesing is just ignorant. It's ignorant. Oh, Saul Marcus says, Wick, to be clear, that comment I was made is isolation from this. Fair enough, right? Like, a lot of people don't understand Christianity. That's true. Also true. But my whole point here is that if we all of us, Christian and non-Christian alike, tried to be more like Jesus, then the world would be better. And I don't know how you can argue otherwise. I don't understand. Like, what did Christ do that you think that if people did would make the world worse? Would be my question. Gang, Parallax, you understand how in the scripture, right, God led the slaughter of other nations, right? He again told in Samuel, right? He told the king at the time to go in and just kill them all, right? Like, so again, he's not here saying that nations should act like this. He's saying individuals should act like this, and there's a big difference. He didn't make many big statements on what nations should do. In fact, he's pretty ambivalent about that. When he was asked about taxes, he said, render to Caesar what is Caesar's. Follow the laws of your land, things like that. He didn't really much care about that, at least from my reading. He cared about how people act towards each other. And again, I think that, Even a soldier acting more Christ-like is good. Ambivalent. Did I pronounce that wrong? I might have. Shoeboot says, okay, Wick, I finally found disagreements with you worthy of debate. The problem is they are about Christianity, and I don't care about Christianity enough to critique or defend it. I would love to debate someone on Christianity, honestly, and not Christianity as a whole, whether it's true or not, because, again, I'm agnostic, gang, okay? But on specific ideas within Christianity. Like, I know one of the things that really bothers me, and it's probably because of my upbringing, is people... so-called Christian content creators, such as Pearly Things, such as Andrew Wilson, people who claim to be servants of God, all right, who claim to be someone who follows Christ-like teachings. For them to sit and just shit on OnlyFans, former OnlyFans creators who try to turn a new leaf, who try to repent, who try to become Christian, things like that. These people will attack them viciously. And that is the most un-Christ-like thing you could ever do. But Tom's here. Let's bring Tom on. Let's have some Tom 10. Bloop. Bloop. Hello.
Hey, baby girl.
Oh, you are so quiet. Hold on. It might be on my end.
Yeah, I'm always quiet. You got to turn me up to 200.
You are at 200, my friend.
Well, okay. I think I've got something for that. Give me a second.
Okay.
I bought something new.
Give it a minute. Yeah, give it a minute.
I bought something new, and I think that this should help.
Okay.
So let's see. Okay, we got that. Then here, we can put this on B. Okay. Is that louder?
Yes, it is better.
Ha ha ha! Let's freaking go, dude. I'm a genius.
We got it.
Let's go.
Okay, just before we start though, Aircraft Sparky, the Trib one, any of you who are disagreeing with me on my take on the Christianity and things, and you want to debate, we'll set it up. We'll go anytime you want, literally, and we'll talk about it. But right now, I'm going to talk to Tom. But DM me. We'll set this up because I want to. I'm yearning to do this because I think that even scripturally, biblically, you're just wrong, and I could prove it. But go ahead, Tom. What's up? How you doing?
I'm curious now. What I am also very involved in the religious stuff. I love debating people on it. What is the religious disagreement?
I made a comment shortly before you came on, or before I dragged you on, about how one of the most un-Christian-like things I've seen online are people like Andrew Wilson, people like Pearly Things, people claiming to be religious content creators who speak or try to follow the word of God, who are shaming and castigating former OnlyFans or former sex workers who repent and try to act or try to become Christian. And that's one of the most unchristian-like things that I've ever seen, and I'm willing to fight someone on that. But
yeah. You know what? I've decided. All right, chat. You guys have hit the dono goal, so I'm gonna let you guys hear Wick now. I've decided I will fix that now. So we're gonna make it so you guys can hear him now. Congratulations on hitting the dono goal, everybody.
how much did you charge them to hear me? I'm curious.
A couple hundred.
Oh, damn. Okay. You know what? I haven't used this goal thing either. Let me hold on. Let's see. For the next hour, let's say if we can get 10 super chats, I think that's a good goal. And if we get these 10 super chats, I will. Oh, man, I don't even know what I'll do.
Keep Tom's face on screen.
No, I want them to want. Right,
you want to reward them, bro.
Yes, I want to reward them, not punish them, right? So let's just say special fucking, I don't know, Q&A stream.
Just say there's a reward.
Okay, there we go. Now we have a goal. People can, if you super chat $5 or more, you can get that goal. I don't know.
We talked about this with the fitness girl. What was her name? Like Lana Fitness or something like that. The girl who did all the Ubu stuff on whatever podcast.
Oh, there's a lot of those.
Oh, I guess. Okay, I can't. Chat, help me out.
Nala? Are we talking about Nala?
Anyways, Nala. Yes, Nala Fitness. Okay, yes.
Okay.
So Nala Fitness. We just went over like a video essay recently of a guy who was like reviewing Michael Knowles because Michael Knowles was calling out Christians for doing this, and then so like this guy did this kind of video essay going over the fact that like Michael Knowles caught a bunch of people posting out of context clips of Nala trying to pretend that she said something that she didn't. And then this guy's like, he's right. He did get him, calling her or clipping her out of context, but he didn't realize that this happened right after. And he shows another clip. So I go check that clip, and that one's also out of context to, again, try to make it look like she's saying something she didn't.
They make money from doing this. They make money as being seen as these kind of like gatekeepers, I guess, for lack of a better word. It's very profitable to hate.
That is what it is.
It's just very profitable to hate. And that is exactly what they're doing. They're
but gatekeeping Christianity is the weirdest thing in the world. Like it truly is. Like growing up in the church, I've never seen people gatekeeping Christianity before, and all of a sudden on the internet, this is just this brand new thing that's like, hey, this is normal. We can all do this, and there's no problem with it. Let's just keep acting like we're gonna just like tell somebody when they are good enough to be a Christian. It's wild.
Yeah, like I don't get to look. Maybe they're lying. I don't know. That's not between me, right? That's between her and God, and they'll be judged, right? But it's not from my place to go in there. And again, if they are doing something that is wrong, then yes, you can call that out.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. But that's not again what's going on here. Anyway, but
yeah.
Oh, that's a total side of what we were going to talk about, right?
And so that we know of. I think a lot of people call her out for like they say that she's faking this and that it's all a grift. It could be. It's possible. You just don't have the fucking evidence of it. Like you're just calling her out just because you got used to hating on her, and so now you don't like that you have to stop hating on her. Sure. There was also I did want to bring up. Okay, so just I do want to get to the stuff about Biden, but
yeah, that's fine. We can talk about whatever. I'm here for the content. Okay.
So Jesse Singal, I was like a huge defender of this guy for a long time. But then I actually started reading a lot of his work, and he does have like an affinity for like talking about detransitioners incessantly, like, and talks about them as though like this is like an outcome that like all trans people will end up facing. He has misrepresented like doctor's visits for kids who numerous times, actually, I think 2 to 3 times. I know of 2 exactly. I know there's a third accusation that I haven't actually looked into, but one is where a woman, he just took like one woman who said that doctors were prescribing hormone blockers without ever even like going through the necessary steps with patients. She had no evidence of that. She was never part of the like meetings, never part of the doctor's visits, never knew what was being prescribed, was never there, nothing, had no evidence. She just worked at a fucking gender clinic and started like telling Jesse Singal that she was really uncomfortable with what was going on there, and then he comes out with this full story just using her just saying what happened, but she doesn't have any evidence, like even the stuff where she says like this is what they're doing. Based on her position, there's no reason she would have that information, and all of the other people who work there said there's no way she would have that information. Like, we don't know where she's getting this from. Not only do none of us believe this is happening,
So,
but we don't have any evidence of this either.
Because he did that, right? He posted what someone else said, and he posted.
I'm not
Should
saying
he?
like
Should
you lie
he
about
like?
him, okay?
Should people be saying Jesse Singal, get fucked and die, stupid kitty fucker, piece of shit, trash, subhuman bitch, fuck? I hope someone breaks every bone in your body and castrated you penis and balls, then beat you to death, stupid bitch.
I mean, that one sounds pretty tame.
I mean,
but there's others that would probably go too far, you know.
Yeah.
Those probably exist. But he like I'm just saying that like there is this like aura of like he's the fair one who's just willing to be critical of trans people, and that's all it is. And that's what I thought for a long time. I really believe that. I thought he's willing to make like he's willing to make concessions that transphobes aren't willing to make. So he can't be this person that they're painting him as. But then, yes, he is not the right-wing transphobe. He's not the TERF transphobe. But he is this, like, version that is trying to paint himself as very fair and very, like, moderate on the issue. But then yes is also like very dishonest in a lot of cases. Just there was another case where he like posted he got an email leaked to him where it was just something where they were recommending a girl go to a therapist for gender affirming care, and he took this email and interpreted it to say that the doctor was somehow prescribing gender hormones, gender affirming hormones, which was not like, there's no way you could get that from the email, but that's how he saw it. And yes, and then post this on Twitter, and the actual girl who is being leaked like all of a sudden sees this and is like, what the hell? I never got hormones. What is he talking about? And like starts quote tweeting him to call him out for just misrepresenting what happened there.
I'd have to see the individual incidents in both of these cases, right?
Yeah, if you look it up,
I'm trying to get Singal on my show, right, to talk to him, right? So all these things, but one of the things that I've had problems when it comes to looking up stuff on Singal is there's just so much chaff. There's so much noise out there, right? Like, they call him a pedophile, and they say I'll give the example on my stream of him spreading PHI when it was obviously not PHI, right? So it's something where unfortunately, I just got to check up on every single one of these accusations.
I saw I have the same issue, and that was kind of my issue the whole time, is that every time somebody would make an accusation against him, it would turn out to be wrong, and so I just started believing that he wasn't this person. But in the one that you were talking about earlier, did you see what the original post actually had, like, around it? Like, the surrounding context, not just the graph that had the information on it, but what was like the surrounding information on this?
Well, the specific person, Alejandro Carbella, I don't know her name, I think that's her name, right, was saying that it was the specific post of the spreadsheet. That was the PHI. That was a specific claim she was making. And so that's what I investigated more. I didn't look at the surrounding information as much. But that specific one was obviously just not PHI. It just wasn't. So.
Well, it's just the reason I'm asking is because there could have been more information surrounding it to where it was posted with other information about that person and about the people who are like being referenced in that graph. And so that was the only reason I asked, is that, that would be like my first question, is like, well, how was this posted? Because there could have been other info there.
It looks like, so I'm looking at it right now. Let me see if I'll link it to you. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. And I'll put it up on screen. Hold on, give me a second. But I know there's like a delay on these things, so I'm going to give it to you so you just have it. And it's hard to see the other 4 things on here. I could probably find the specific tweet, right? But just looking at that doesn't look like, I'll show my screen on here. Yeah, that doesn't look like it would. It just looks like him talking about what he shared, right? And like what's PHI, things like that, and he's highlighting definitions. So I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look.
Let's see.
But
Okay.
based on the evidence that Alejandra here is presenting, right? The evidence she's presenting, it goes contradictory to what she is actually saying. She is claiming that this specifically is PHI, and I've seen what that specifically is, and that specifically is not PHI. So it does make me think, oh, you're just not a credible source here. You've actively lied in this situation. At least that's how I view
it. Yeah, I've had when I really like did a lot of digging into him is when he had an interview on the Majority Report. He called into the Majority Report, and they were saying that he was they were saying that he was doing all this transphobic stuff, and at that time is when I had like looked into him a lot, and I was getting really annoyed with Majority Report and the people on there, and just like how much misinformation they were spreading. And then they referenced a couple of stories that I went to go like look into specifically, thinking I was going to debunk these, and no, it was some of the stuff that they brought up in that interview,
Sure.
They got him on a lot of shit, so it was not good.
Here's the problem with this kind of thing, right? Like, is that if you, and he's been doing this for over a decade now, I think. If I might have my dates wrong, but he's been doing this for years and years and years, and he's putting out plenty of Substacks, plenty of reports. It just, again, by the numbers, he's going to get stuff wrong. Everyone is. There's no reporter that has 100%.
Yeah, sure.
Error-free
but it's not about him just getting things wrong. It's about the fact that once stuff is debunked, that he's not willing to like to relent on his takes. That he'll say sometimes even like as I said. So like where he like put out. It's like bad journalistic ethics and standards when you're putting out just like one source saying this one thing about this like clinic, and that one source there's no reason she would possibly have the information that she's claiming to have. There's no way that she could possibly have that info, yet he's claiming she has the info, and then shares, and then there's no evidence, there's nothing to back it up. Okay. And so, yeah, this is where I'm saying, like, yes, of course, people get things wrong. I say this all the time. I have, like, lines of debates coming on to try to tell me how CNN is, bad, they're fake news or whatever, shit like that, and I'm sitting there the whole time like, some stuff's wrong. Okay, sure. They retracted that though, so I don't really care. Like, you got them on something that they retracted, whatever, or it's a bunch of bullshit that they didn't get wrong. But in this case, yeah, this is I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt where I can.
Yeah, please link me the story so I can look it up, because again, you have me at a disadvantage. I'm not familiar with this.
I think I have a doc full of stuff, so I'll try to find
it to me at some point, right? We can talk about it, because Jesse Singal is fascinating to me because of the hate that he gets. But again, as someone who's familiar with his work, I'm not like an expert in Singal. I haven't seen every study he's done, right? Or every report he's done, I should say. But he just seems like a normie guy who's trans skeptical in some ways. Does that make him transphobic?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's just that I think that when it comes to kids transitioning, this is something that he's like super against. It's like kids transitioning. I think that you can have like a moral position against that. That's fine. But if you have the moral position against it, yet
does that make you a transphobe if you have a moral position against kids transitioning?
It depends. So it depends. So if your position is based on misinformation and you are restating that misinformation as your reasoning, a lot of people would look at that, especially if you're put up as like an authority on this. You're the expert who's investigating all of these things, and you're still misquoting these things and putting out misinformation and bad data. Then yes, I think in that case, like it would kind of be necessary to refer to that person as transphobic.
I'd have to think about that more, because I think that one person can believe bad data, right?
I do too,
and
but
honestly believe it.
Like when,
and that wouldn't make you a.
it's
like,
hard.
If I get told by my mom, right? If my mom tells me something, and I love my mom and I trust my mom, and I give her the benefit of the doubt on this information, but later on it turns out to be less clear whether she's correct or not, right? She might be wrong, but she might not be. But the questions come to the data that she's given me. But I choose to believe my mom because I love my mom, right? And I, generally like her. Does that make me like dishonest? I don't think it does. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't. But again, we're talking about somebody that like where you or me, if I'm this random YouTuber, have no like I didn't go to school for, journalism. I don't have any experience in journalism.
Sure.
Yet I'm still better able to like go through data. I'm better able to like see where there's a journalistic standard that's not being met. I'm able to like see that there's some like logical problems in the thought processes. I think that at that point, like you're screwing up pretty majorly.
You've mentioned that he took and reported on what a whistleblower, quote unquote, in a gender clinic claimed was happening. You cited that he reported on that, and he quoted her as evidence here. But isn't that just what a journalist should do? I'm not a journalist by all, even though I stream on YouTube, I'm not a journalist. Keep that in mind, kids. Okay, but I don't know if someone from the Trump campaign contacted me, and I knew they worked in the Trump campaign, and they had a report on all this shit that was going down in the Trump campaign, and I simply did a stream on that report. Is that bad? Isn't that something that I should do? Explain this to me, right?
To an extent, it depends on how it's being represented. So, like, think of the
I would represent it as, this guy from the Trump campaign sent me this leaked stuff. It's crazy. Let's look at it.
Yeah, well, think of the Steele dossier, right?
Okay.
So there were a lot of people who like reported on the Steele dossier as though this was like confirmed information that it happened. Whereas the actual Steele dossier is very clear to say none of this is confirmed. This is like most of this is just people just saying things. They're not even reputable witnesses in a lot of this, and all of these things, all of these claims would have to be investigated further. Yet people still reported on it as though they just show the claims and are like, I can't believe Trump did this. That's ridiculous to like report on it that way, because you're missing a lot of like the broader context, and you're not representing it as though this is somebody, just a random person who made the claim, and instead representing it as something that's credible.
I'd have to see how he presented it, to be honest, because if you presented it as this is what was shared to me, I'm not sure if this has happened, but this is what she's saying is happening, I think that's perfectly reasonable and fine to do.
Okay, so let's say somebody in your audience feels like you're...
Let's pick one. Who wants to be the... Let's pick here, kinetic pause.
Infallible Foul.
Okay,
Infallible Foul is the... Okay. Infallible Foul feels like you're ignoring all of the real stories that are coming out, and you're choosing to focus on Jesse Singal because you're transphobic. You could be doing all of these other things, but instead you're defending a transphobe. And this is what you do. You just love to go and find some random thing so that you can just grandstand on it and make a big deal about it while ignoring all of the important things that are going on in the world.
I think he actually believes that.
You don't actually care. You don't actually care about the... Yes, he does. So you don't actually care about the news. You don't actually care about, like... This is what he was saying in chat earlier. Not that you're a transphobe, but that you were just ignoring things and that it was annoying. So somebody goes and they give this like a accounting of you to CNN. All of a sudden, there's an article about you on CNN talking about how this is who you are, right? You would probably sit there and think, why didn't this journalist actually look into this or interview me or interview anybody else to find out if this is the truth? Why did they just put this person's statements out there uncritically without any sort of like background information? That would be harmful to you, just as these other stories putting out the information uncritically without any actual like investigatory journalism going on, that is harmful to these people in that case.
Yeah, but if I'm being told by, for example, one of your mods comes to tell me, like, look at all this stuff Tom did, and he's lying about it, and he's covering it up, and I go to you,
Yeah.
and you say that we aren't lying, we aren't covering it up, and I report on both of these things, is that okay?
It
Because
it
that feels like,
I
again,
don't
I'd have to see the report, but that feels like a more accurate description of what he would have done in this case. At least I'm assuming is he gets a whistleblower that comes in and says, these people are lying to you. They've been covering this up for years. This is what's happening. This is the information I have. Here's this information. So he might have very well gone to these clinics and said, is this what you're doing? And they said no. I mean, do you just run with that? Like, which do you believe in this case?
um so I was gonna say, if there's like a thing that you're just kind of like talking about, but again, you are very clear that like that you have no idea
This
what's
is
going
why
on.
it's hard to have
You're
this
not sure
conversation
one
because
way or the other.
you could be exactly right here. I haven't read this, right? At least not
Yeah.
anytime soon. So I don't know. I'm just kind of I'm skeptical of the idea that reporting on a whistleblower's findings is evidence of transphobia.
Again, I think I think to an extent it's about a pattern of behavior again. So it's not about like doing one thing. It's about a pattern of behavior. That like if you have a pattern of behavior of acting like much larger than like reality amount of trans people are detransitioning, or that a larger amount of kids are getting gender affirming care than what's actually happening, or a lot of clinics are just giving away like hormones and shit like that without ever doing any sort of therapeutic work first. Like, yeah, that after a while is just like, okay, this guy seems to have like a problem with trans kids, and it seems like he's determined to like make this look bad no matter
I'm
what.
asking for the report because I'm asking the report. Some of my chatters are saying you're lying. I'm asking the report to check, right? So Sibnu, if you can DM me that.
Wait,
so
report what?
So for example, Sibnu's
Lying
linking
about
from
what?
the New York Times article that says that the university administrator, right, about the leaks said this, and this is a quote he's claiming that they're making. And I'm asking for the article so I can confirm this to be clear. He says that I do think our clinic and transgender care at large exhibits some of the concerns mentioned. If that's the case, then the whistleblower, and again, if Jesse Singal is looking at this and he hears statements like this from the administrator.
It's on a different story.
Oh, it's on a different story?
On a different. Yeah, I remember them writing on his story, and there were other things that the New York Times story missed, but this wasn't it. There was
we're talking about two different
I'll have
stories
to find it.
Maybe, right?
Yeah,
this is the thing. Singal's made a lot of reports on this. Like, he's done a lot of reporting in this.
He has.
But
yes,
no, this
and most of it's good.
Again,
that's why I was saying.
Sibnu is saying that this story was about Jamie Reed blowing the whistle.
Actually, it might be Jamie Reed.
Yeah.
But there were supposed to be like
talking. I gotta use the restroom. I'm about to pee my pants. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Ahead.
I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, I believe Jamie. There was supposed to be like a hearing on the Jamie Reed stuff, and last we checked, let's see, or maybe it wasn't a court hearing. It was an investigation. This is like the last time we looked into this was like well over a year ago when he talked to Majority Report. Okay, so this is as of August 23rd, absolutely none of Jamie Reed's allegations are even partially confirmed. The St. Louis gender clinic accusations are still unsubstantiated, but these are all as of like a year ago. If there's some update on this, I would be happy to see it. But yeah, last I looked into this, there was nothing confirming any of this shit.
Sorry about that.
Let's see.
Wash my hands.
Yeah, I was just looking at the fact that, like, yes, when I look back at it, I think it was Jamie Reed. I'm pretty sure because that name was very familiar. And that, like, yes, the NBC News had a story: St. Louis gender clinic accusations, unsubstantiated interval investigation finds. There was another one by Assigned Media. Jamie Reed's allegations are not even partially confirmed, and then it has the New York Times article kind of going over a lot of that
I'm looking
stuff.
at the
So
here. I'll
yeah,
share my screen on this so you can see it too. Here is the archive of the New York Times article on this. So basically, we can just go over it real quick. A small Midwestern gender clinic was buckling under an unrelenting surge in demand. Last year, dozens of young patients were seeking appointments every month, far too many for the clinic's 2 psychologists to screen. Doctors in the emergency room downstairs raised alarms about transgender teenagers arriving every day in crisis, taking hormones but not getting therapy. In 2017, inside a children's hospital affiliated with Washington University in St. Louis, the prestigious clinic was welcomed by many families as godsend. I'm trying to get to the meat here. Okay, so here we go. Miss Reed's claims thrust the clinic between warring factions. Let's see if we can find Singal here.
Well, again, it was mostly just about Reed's claims. That if Reed's claims don't ever have any substantiation to them, it was.
So here's one thing.
Presenting her
here's
claims.
One thing that goes for you, and they say that advocates have pointed to parents who disputed her account and to a Washington University investigation that determined her claims were unsubstantiated. Let me see. Where's the quote that this guy was looking for? Give me a moment. Again, this is kind of like we're doing this live, gang, but we'll find it. Here, I'm going to end the screen so I can look at what I should be looking up without accidentally leaking things. I don't want to leak anything, so sorry.
Yeah, this looks like a screenshot from the New York Times where it says some of Reed's claims could not be confirmed, and at least one included factual inaccuracies, but others were corroborated, offering a rare glimpse into the one of 100 or so clinics in the United States that have been at the center of intensifying fight over transgender rights.
So Singal reporting on this, right? Getting this, I don't see that as evidence that he's a transphobe because he should have. He should have. If I get a whistleblower thing telling me a bunch of shit and I look into some of it and some of it I can confirm, I'm going to report on the story.
Okay, yeah, again, I think that it depends on how it's presented and if
we
it's
have
presented
Singal's article on this? Hold on. Does anyone have Singal's article that they can link us? We can look.
Let's see.
Please do. If you do.
Okay, so here's his Substack.
He might have reported on there, honestly.
Screen shared this one.
Yeah, please. Yeah, there we go. We can watch the screen.
Okay.
Can you make it bigger a little so I can read it? Like the, control.
Yeah, one second. I'm gonna.
So it's just easier for me to read.
I gotta finish. Let me fix my screens real quick.
And don't accidentally leak anything. You've sometimes.
Okay. Gender clinic whistleblower Jamie Reed has has provided a detailed account of her most controversial claim, including the names of those involved, but it'll still take some time for anyone to be able to verify it independently. So it does look like even at the top, he does.
He's like, I
He
don't know
does add
about
that.
this, right? Like, but I'm reporting on it, but we don't have independent verification. But here's what she says. Yeah, I think that's pretty. That's fine.
But he does have even outside of this. So like in the interview with, oh man, there was even in the interview with the Majority Report, he specifically says, yes, these are unsubstantiated, but I believe the claims. I think that she is telling the full truth,
it, but
and
I think it's true.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think
so like
it
is
transphobic though.
There's well, there's a lot of nuance to the fucking Jesse Singal stuff. And so, like I said, it's about a pattern of behavior. You're trying to make it sound like it's like one thing makes this bad, and it's not. It's more about like a willingness to just keep putting out claims from a side that does paint a picture for people who are reading it, yet doesn't actually like isn't giving like the full truth, if that makes sense.
I don't. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. I understand that it's like a.
You would have to see the pattern of behavior. I get it.
Yes, it's the same argument that people made about the Trump very fine on both sides comment, is that you can't just take his words in a vacuum. You got to look at everything he said on other occasions, and I get that.
Not even other occasions, dude. For that claim, you just look at the one fucking.
I mean,
fucking thing is that he says I'm not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis, and then says the people who were at the fucking rally weren't neo-Nazis.
I just think that this part of this. I just think this part of this like bad behavior claim, right, on Jesse Singal's part, or the fact that he's transphobic. I think that, unfortunately, and Tom, I'm going to have to disagree with you here, and here's my hypothesis. I can't prove it, right, but here's my hypothesis, and bear with me on what you think. We can close out of your screen if you're done with this, right? Okay, great. So they can see our lovely faces, which is what they're here for, is to goon to us. That's why they're watching.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that has been very effective against Singal is by ginning up this cloud of controversy around him, by putting out so many claims that people say, well, there's so much there. There's so much smoke. There has to be at least a little fire. And it plays into our willingness to kind of look at people as honest actors, look at people as genuine, look at people as like, well, people wouldn't just go online and just lie, would they? Right? Not all these people, right? And I wonder if that isn't playing into your take right here, is that the fact that there has been this smear campaign on Jesse for years, to paint him as a trans.
Well, no, I said I was a defender of Jesse. Like I was a Jesse Singal fan. Like I wasn't. I thought that it was all just bullshit. And when Anna Kasparian came out and defended him, I was like super happy that somebody was finally.
Do you have it? The Majority Report segment, I'm being told, was very short, and we should watch it together. And I agree with that. I know this isn't what we planned to, but this is interesting to me, and if you don't mind.
Yeah, as long as you have time for the other stuff, I don't.
I mean, like, eventually we'll transition to that. Pun intended here.
Yeah, but, I'm just starting stream, and I normally stream for like 8 to 10 hours, so I've got all the time in the world.
Really, if someone can link me that, or if you have that, I would love to watch it with you, just to see.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, please. One day when I become rich and famous, I'll have producers to do this for me. Okay, I'll be able to say, okay, slave, do this, right? Wage slave, but I don't. So, unfortunately.
Let's see. I think this is it.
Okay, you could just share your screen and we could watch it, and that'd be great. Cool.
Yeah, the Sam Cedar and Emma were insanely unfair to Jesse in this.
Well, no,
they would not let him fucking talk the entire time.
Yeah, but isn't you? Hold on, didn't you just say? Maybe I'm mishearing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. That this incident caused you to be less charitable.
Look into it. No, I said because of this, I ended up looking into a lot of the claims that were being made throughout that and actually go through
Okay.
like a lot of what they were saying,
Let's see
because a
what they
lot of
say.
what they're talking about is the Jamie Reed stuff. And so yeah,
But we just looked at the
they were
Jamie Reed
insanely
stuff,
unfair to him.
and the Jamie Reed stuff seems like it's something he should have reported on. That would have been good to report on. Like, at least from what we saw, and again, how he reported on it seems to be that he was frank in saying we can't substantiate all of this, but
I don't
this
know.
is what she's saying.
It's so this is I will just explain my thought process and why this is difficult for me. I will go and like and get recommended videos, and they'll say, "Here, like you should watch this. You should go over this." Okay? And I go over the video, and by the time I'm done with it, I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know, dude. I can't tell one way or the other, and I think that we're just going to have to wait for more information." For me, I feel like it is different than if I went out and found something. So when stuff's just being given to me and they're like, you should just cover this, and I don't really know what I'm getting into, I don't know what I'm watching, and then I just come to this conclusion at the end that like, yeah, I have no idea, then I think that's one way of engaging with it. Or somebody else writes a story and I go over their story to say, yeah, they're kind of getting into some claims here, but really we don't know. We don't have any idea. I think that's another way to do it. But if instead you're the one breaking the story, you're the one who got the story, you come out with it, nobody knows anything about this, and you come out with it just to say, yeah, who knows, whatever, then yeah, I think that's weird. I think that that's weird, and I think that that's like an odd way of doing it. If
The Wooble sent me some crochet.
if he, I think that it would make sense if he could get maybe other like stories that were like from the other side that kind of gave like two pictures and put both of these out at the same time. But to do like an investigation on something, but with every interview you do, you put out a story on just that one interview, one at a time, instead of pulling out a full story, giving a full picture of all of the interviews and everything that everybody said and what's corroborated and what's not. And like that is responsible. The other thing is giving, it's very like, you're looking at everything through, what do you call it? Your vision is blur. I can't think of
Myopic
the fucking
lens of blinders on.
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Rose-colored glasses?
It's just like everything's like cut off. You have very
blinders. You have blinders
you-
on. You're
well,
myopic, right?
sure.
You're looking at the trees and not the forest, right? If you want to use that, right? No, I understand it. I just don't. I think that if that's the strongest evidence you have that he's transphobic, that's it's
Again, I'm not
convincing.
saying. Hold on. Okay, that's another thing. I meant to clarify in my thought
Please.
process. I said before. I said if he's putting these things out, I think it's necessary to say that he's transphobic. Not that he hates trans people, but that like when you engage in a certain type of behavior that is harmful to trans people over and over, that at that point people will call you transphobic, not because you hate trans people, but because the actions are discriminatory against trans people. So like when we say someone's transphobic, we're saying they are either discriminatory towards them, or we're saying they hate that.
If I just tell the truth about a thing as I see it, and that truth happens to harm a group, does that make me phobic against that group, or racist against that group, or discriminatory against that group? Like say I do a bunch of reports and they all are anti-man. They paint men in a bad light, but they're true. The stories are just true.
Yeah.
Does that make me anti-man?
Yeah. I think it's obvious. If every time I see a black person on screen, I post 1350 in the chat and I say black people commit 50% of the murders while only being 13% of the population, it's true. Is that not okay? Can I not do that? Is that bad? Like, am I painting them in a bad light now just because I fucking keep saying that 13% of the population is committing 50% of the murders? Like, yeah, of course it is. Like, of course, that's you're.
Let's watch.
Yeah,
I
feel like that's.
I found it. Someone, a kind person.
Oh, did you find it? Okay.
To me, so I'm going to share my screen. It's from Riverboat Jack's stream, but we'll hopefully it's not too many
Yeah,
interruptions.
that's what I couldn't find the actual interview. I hope yeah, I hope it's
Well, we'll see. We'll see, right?
all I saw were other people reviewing it.
Yeah, and if it's too much, then we won't, right? But let's see. Let's go to actually where it starts.
There you go. We have time for one more call?
Like recently, like a couple days ago, yeah.
We'll try this one. Call from 617, another Boston
Hey,
area
man, it's
code.
Jesse Singal.
Oh, it's Jesse Singal. Hello, Jesse.
How's it going, man?
Good. We can't hear you very well. Can you speak into your phone?
Yeah. Are you on the headphones?
Hold on one sec.
The audio issues. Even the greats, or even the
That-
people
that-
bigger than me, have audio issues.
Not
Great. I love it.
but
Okay.
we can try and can we put them up a little bit? All right, Jesse. So you wanted to call him for a while. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, thanks to Emma. She's going to come on my podcast, Blocked and Reported. I appreciate that. It takes some guts to do that, given our disagreements. But I'm basically just like calling in because I committed to doing so. I'm a little bit.
You don't feel. You should not feel obligated whatsoever. I'm perfectly willing to. I didn't consider it a commitment. I wasn't anticipating
care
it.
about this.
So don't feel in any way obligated
I
whatsoever.
think it's okay. I do feel.
The niceties.
This is the majority of it.
Sam's just like,
Okay. Oh, man, I don't-
geez, that
Some areas where there's like
It takes a
little
long
bit-
time for them to even
call
get
it-
into a
to call it-
conversation.
I done.
What is actually happening on the ground? And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. That's not.
Okay, there's too many
Just
interruptions. I'm sorry. I can't
as
take
this
it.
is playing, I'm just in the background.
yeah.
I'm just going like,
Okay.
Yeah, I looked for the original. I couldn't find it. And so yeah, I'm if people think I'm wrong, I'm happy for you to send it to me and I will happily retract. But yes, this is the way that I remember
Fair
all of
enough.
this shit,
I
and
don't-
this is
Yeah, again,
from, like, a
I
year
don't
ago,
remember
but-
watching this segment at all, so I can't really talk about it. I think that like the idea that he is simply putting forth and reporting on an issue, which something is he's specific to this issue. It's like a war reporter who would report on wars, or someone who's big into the Ukraine war will report on the Ukraine war, right? Almost entirely, right? That he has a beat, and this seems to be his beat. And I think putting out reporting on that beat doesn't necessarily make him discriminatory against the beat that he is reporting on, especially if the information that does come out paints that group in a negative light. The question becomes like, what should he do? If he does get information from Jamie Reed, should he have not reported on it?
Well, yeah, it depends. Like, if I go to him and I say, "Hey, I ate a burrito yesterday," like, does he need to report on this? No. Like, nobody would say, like, well, he should have put that information out. No, like, it's about the story that it comes with. It's about the narratives that it drives. It's about whether or not this is, like, actually relevant to people and whether or not this is something they would care about. And so the narratives that these stories attach to is what matters. That's what is the thing. And I've struggled with this a lot personally. Like, I got tons of shit for talking to Lav the way that I did, and like not pushing back on every single point that she made over and over, and allowing her to like ramble off a ton of points. And at the time I was just like, yeah, like I don't know like what you expect of me. Like I can't push back against every little thing. But then at that point it does kind of make sense. Like, yeah, maybe if that's the case, then maybe just don't talk to that person. Like if they're uninterviewable, where you can't have a conversation with them without them rambling off 50 points at once, to the point that you're now not capable of pushing back
I guess
against all
the
the misinformation
question
that they're putting out.
becomes, is an interviewer obligated, or is it their responsibility to refute any misinformation from the other side? And I don't know that it strictly is. I don't know if it's their job. Right? Is it a
I would
journalist's
say
job
that
to,
if I was
to
watching
call everything
somebody-
they believe is a lie to be a lie?
if I was watching somebody and I found out that they were reporting things that they and putting out information irresponsibly, I would want to stop watching that person, and I would expect others to do the
Interesting.
same.
Right. This is a problem I have, right? Is a lot of people don't know what actually misinformation is, so they push against misinformation that's not actually misinformation. They're actually wrong, right? And they're in the interest of trying to debunk misinformation, they decide to push back on this, and it turns out that, well, no, they were just correct on this. And so I think that it's good to have journalists, to have reporters, to have interviewers who are willing to just let the other side speak. I don't think that's wrong, and I'm willing. Like Lex Friedman gets a lot of shit for this, right? A lot of shit for this. One of the main criticisms people have of Lex Friedman is that he doesn't push back. But that's his style of reporting, and you might not like that style of interview. That's fair, but that's just how he's decided to do it, and I don't know if that's wrong.
I mean, that's why I said I
the
struggle
original
with this.
stream at the proper time. Did you? Okay, let me look. Oh, he did.
That's why I said that I struggle with this, because my show initially was supposed to be this like Joe Rogan style of just like conversation, and maybe sometimes we'll have like a back and forth and a debate, but it was meant to be just like a hangout talk. And over time I started to feel like that was more and more problematic, and started to change the way that I engaged with other people in these interviews, because I started to feel like, if I felt like somebody was like platforming someone and allowing them to feed me misinformation as their viewer, then I don't feel like they give a fuck anymore, and I would stop watching them.
I get you. I don't know.
But I also feel like there's a place for that. I feel like there should be a place for that.
I don't rely on
hard.
a streamer or a journalist or an interviewer or any of those people to fact check for me, because they're famously not very good at it.
But we're content creators. That's different. That's different, though. Like as people
or
who are putting out
anyone, right?
I am. Yes, we are held to like a higher standard, and that's what we're talking about. It's the people who are held to a higher standard. Whereas, like, if we're talking about somebody like, who's just a listener, most people don't have time to go read studies, to go like investigate stories, and go like look into what everybody said and all of the evidence. And, they don't have time to look at the meta-analysis. Like, nobody has time for that. That's why they listen to us. That's why they're listening to us in the first place, is because they want us to give them the story.
What are you talking about? They listen to me because I'm hot and they want to goon to me. That's the only reason people tune into my content.
That's not the problem.
You
Probably
can
that's why I
yourself,
watch.
but that's really the only reason people are watching me is because they think I'm hot. So I'm just an e-girl basically. But no, I get what you're saying. I understand the argument. I just don't know if I buy it, because I think that like I am not responsible for what you say on my channel, right? I'm not. And if you come in here and you say a bunch of shit that's just not true, that doesn't put culpability on me, right? I think that we should take responsibility for what I say. So if I say some shit that's not true, then yes, you can hold me to account for that. But if someone on my show says some shit that's not true, because I don't immediately stop the show and take them to task on it, it's just not my responsibility, man.
I don't know. You felt like there was a big part of your responsibility when it came to whether or not you were platforming Merck off the perk when she didn't take her ADHD medication.
Yeah, because
you felt
that was
like there was a big responsibility there.
That was my opinion.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying, is that these are all going to be based on like people's like subjective moral frameworks, but as a societal norm, it should be that we would expect people to put out true things if they're going to put something out. Like, if you're going to put out information, it should be true information.
Yeah, but they're not putting out the information. What they're doing is they're reporting on what other people are saying. And that's a fundamental disconnect.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's the same thing. That's pretty much
okay.
What information are you putting out that's not reporting on what other people are saying?
If I report, right, that I think X, Y, and Z, and Tom, I say that then you can hold me to account for that. Okay? I think X, Y, and Z. I am saying X, Y, and Z. Then if X, Y, and Z is wrong, you can say Wick was wrong. This is why he was wrong. He shouldn't have said that. He knew he was wrong, etc. Blah, 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 blah. But if I say, right, something like, so I was talking to Tom, Tom says X, Y, and Z, and then I just move on, and I don't address that. I think that isn't me putting out misinformation. That's me just reporting on what you said. And now, if it is something that you said that was wrong, I think that people can look at you and say, "Hey, Tom put out some dumb shit," and they should castigate you for it.
It's about whether or not you can
But I
know
don't
better. It's not.
care.
It's not just like. I come on your show and I tell you that like my mom made me pizza yesterday, and it turns out that my mom's dead, and you just had no way of knowing whether or not she made me pizza or whether or not she was dead. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really have negative outcomes one way or the other. Not that big of a deal. But if instead I say that, she made me pizza yesterday, and now there's a bunch of people running around talking about my mom making me pizza, and my brother sees this and thinks, wait, my mom's alive?
But
What the
keep
heck? And then
just
now it's like,
bringing
now
this-
there's
yeah, I get what you're saying.
you had no,
But-
hold on. I'm saying that there's no way that you could have known about this. So there's no like expectation on you. But if there's things where like you know better and you just do nothing to put the correct information out there, you do nothing to try to like say like, yeah, I'm sorry, but that's just not true from what I understand, X, Y, and Z, then like, yes, I think that most people should look at that content creator and say, yeah, this person is okay with misleading their audience, and I don't want to be part of their audience then.
But to bring it back home to what we're actually talking about, Jesse Singal, there's no evidence that Jesse Singal doesn't believe what he's saying, or he's putting out purposeful lies like that, or he's not challenging what he knows to be untrue. The evidence suggests, at least the
Correct,
evidence
but
we've
that's
presented,
through what I would call
I
poor
understand.
journalistic ethics.
Because he disagrees with you.
No, not because he disagrees with me. Because if it's there's like a thing that I think he put out talking about the high rate of detransitions in like regret rates, right? When the biggest studies with the most information.
Yes,
say
he
1%.
has since admitted to
1%.
misinterpreting this study. And he says so right here.
He did, but
yeah.
he did it. Just real quick. He did, but he did not turn around and say the best studies do say that there's 1% regret rate. The ones with the biggest meta-analysis and systemic analysis, those say 1%. He has not yet admitted this or acknowledged this for some reason, when that is by far like the biggest fucking studies on this. He has not come around to that reality. But when it is a big number that he thinks feeds his narrative, he's going to put that out. But he's not. But when there's still bigger, even when he put that out, it didn't matter, because the other studies were way bigger and still had way more information on them. He never, even if he was right on that data, he still shouldn't have reported it, because it was still wrong. There's way more data over here, and he just ignores it.
I don't think he ignores it, right? Like, and we can look at there was recently a review done on all these studies. I forget the name of the doctor who did this, but it was in Britain, like the UK, the NHS specifically wanted this study done. They appointed a doctor to do these studies, and it came out to show a lot of the medical studies around trans issues are poor or bad. They're bad studies. They're bad data. Gang, remind me the name of this report. It was a big deal. We did a show on this, right? CPATH? No. What's it called? Oh man, I don't have it up off the top of my head, but they basically, this is one of the reasons why Britain and the UK is changing its policies on trans healthcare, especially for minors, is because it came out that a lot of these studies were just bunk. They're just bunk.
Well, no, they were talking about hormone blockers.
Yeah,
that was
trans
their main
issues,
issue,
right?
was the hormone blockers.
Like trans issues, right? I don't know about the detransition stuff.
Well, no.
Their
Their main issue was with hormone blockers not being.
But I say this to say that there is ample evidence that the studies around the trans issues in general are highly politicized and highly subject to bad data. There's a lot of incentives for both sides to publish bad data. So I can't really hold
Yes, but
Jesse
that's
to
But
account
hold on,
for
wait,
being
wait, hold on,
skeptical
wait,
of
hold
this
on,
information.
hold on, wait, hold on.
Okay.
You are correct. Yes, studies can have bad information in them. We have processes for that. There's scientific processes for this. We have replication processes. We have peer reviews. We have things that give us more information on studies, so we know how reputable they are, whether or not there's something that we can actually source, and whether or not it's something we can actually cite. And so yes, yes, of course, there's bad there's incentives to put out information that agrees with your side, of course, but there's ways for us to figure out whether or not somebody's actually doing the background
and it
work
turns
first
out when
before
we
they put out a
do
study.
that, it looks like a lot of this data, especially around hormones, seems to be bad data. So again, we haven't done this, at least to the effect that we did for the hormonal treatments, right? We haven't, at least to my knowledge, had a study, a meta-analysis of these studies when it comes to detransitioning. So I don't know.
No, we
I don't
do.
blame
Wait,
Jesse for
wait,
being
wait, wait, wait. We
skeptical.
do.
Do we? Can you link them?
No, we do. That's what I was referencing. Is yes, there's a when it comes to the detransitioning. When it comes to detransitioning and regret rates, that's what I was referencing, is the fact that there is there's an obvious
They've been
study that
replicated?
has by far the most information. This is a meta-analysis, so this actually takes studies that have already met the
I'm being told by
criteria
at least chatters
of-
that you're. Hey, Kay, if you're here, because you seem to have a lot more information than I do, and you want to jump on real quick. We do have to get to the Biden stuff, and we'll get to the Biden stuff. But if you want to jump backstage, I'll pull you on, and you seem to know more about this than I do. So jump in.
Yeah, so I just sent you a link. This is the entire study. It literally shows you all of the brackets. This has over 8,000 patients within it, and it goes over all age groups. And this is a regret rate of less than 1%. And when we're talking about 8,000 for a fucking trans study, that is a massive fucking number.
There's an unknown percentage of transgender and gender nonconforming individuals who undergo gender-affirming surgeries that experience regret. Regret could lead to physical and mental morbidity and questions the appropriateness of these procedures. Selected patients. The aim of the study was to evaluate the prevalence of regret in transgender individuals who underwent GAS and evaluate associated factors. Methodology, several database review of databases. Is a random effects meta-analysis, meta-regression, or subgroup sensitivity analysis were performed in a total of 27 studies, pooling 700, again, almost 8,000. The pooled prevalence of regret rate after JS was 1%. Overall, 33% underwent transmasculine procedures and 67 transfeminine procedures. The prevalence of regret among patients undergoing transmasculine and transgender surgeries was less than 1% and 1% respectively. Fair enough.
And this is they even do these comparing them to other
but as I understand,
surgeries of breast augmentation, breast implants, breast reduction, all sorts of plastic surgeries, some that are necessary and not necessary. They give all of these numbers and show that for any sort of surgery of this type,
to be
this
clear,
is
what you're saying,
extremely low.
Sure. But to be clear, what you're saying is because Jesse, for whatever reason, doesn't buy this study, that makes him transphobic?
When you say transphobic, again, I'm saying that
harming discriminatory
his
towards people.
information is discriminatory.
Yes,
I would say that this. Okay, I think it would be fair to say that
I think that's such a low bar, right? That if you are skeptical of any trans study, then you are transphobic.
Again, this is part. Hold on,
insane.
You can't keep doing this. Don't keep doing this.
What do you mean? Are you or are you not saying that because because he doesn't like this study, right? Right? He doesn't like this study, and the other patterns of behavior that you've put out is one thing that, again, you said that he reported on Jamie Reed's uncritically. We looked into that. You were wrong, to be clear, right? We looked at the study.
Wait, no, I wasn't.
Yes, we looked at the report, and you even said the report said that we don't we don't have the information. This isn't all substantiated, right? We went a whole big all discussion about this, right?
Yes.
So again, the way you presented that is he had uncritically reported Jamie Reed's report when it, again, clearly was, at least some criticism was given to it, and that these weren't substantiated. I'm just reporting on what he's saying. We looked at it. It was in the byline, right? That plus the fact that he is skeptical about this study is enough for you, and it's not enough for me, man. I just, it's not a big pattern here.
Okay. Yeah. No. I've like that. Those are two things. Yes, the reporting of it in and of itself is the issue. What was the other thing? The tweet where he says that like the girl is being like fast tracked onto hormone therapy without just from like interpreting an email to say that, then yes, and then the detransitioning thing that like, yes, there was over time, yes, a pattern of behavior from him. And these are just like a couple of things off the top of my head that I can remember. But yeah, so we did like a lot of like researching on this guy in a single day. I think it was the day after we went over the majority report
it just
stuff.
Doesn't seem to be.
And
it seems to be very, very squishy. I don't know if that's the right word which you're to use, but like this presentation you're giving me, the evidence you're presenting to me, does not seem convincing.
Okay,
it's possible when I look into it more.
If you
I will
look
be
at the
convinced.
study,
It's
okay.
possible. But this
so just let's go back to the study then.
Sure.
When we're talking about the study that he put out, I think it said something like 5%, and I don't remember exactly what it said. I think it turned out to be 5% maybe. But even with that, okay, even if that he didn't like when he put that out as the information, and then it turns out that there is another study that has way more information, and I haven't heard him say that like he doesn't like that study or acknowledge it in any way.
He did admit, to be clear, he did admit that the study that he's putting out there, he retracted, or he admitted he misinterpreted it. He publicly admitted that.
He did.
Okay. So with that, keeping in mind, right?
I'm saying even if he was right, the fact that he's putting that study out instead of the other one was already bad enough. Then that he also misinterpreted it, and then on top of that, retracted that and still did not go to a reputable study instead.
He doesn't believe that study's reputable.
How do you? I haven't seen that. That's what I just said. I haven't seen him say that he doesn't like anything about that study. I haven't. I can't imagine somebody having an issue with that study. I've gone through like what are criticisms of it, and it's mostly
wait.
that,
So he
like,
doesn't
people
have an issue
feel
with
like
this study?
I said he hasn't acknowledged it. From my perspective, I have not seen him acknowledge it, and that I don't. He's never said anything about it publicly. I've never seen him talk about the 1% study. I've never seen him talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, so the 1% study exists. It's I'm not sure that you even understand what I'm saying. That like that if that exists, yet he's willing to put out a much smaller study and he only put it out when it aligned with his narrative and with like what it is that he puts out. Then he retracts it and is like, "Oh, my bad, I misinterpreted the data." He did not then turn to say, "This is like a better number. This is like better information. This is something that better represents what's going on." That yes, instead it seems like he's saying, "Oh, I misinterpreted that data. My bad." And then now he's just going to hold out and wait for a study that will finally agree with his narrative, and just instead of turning to some, because even putting out that other study, even if he was right, it still wouldn't have made sense to put out that study and not the other one. It still didn't make sense.
Okay. Part of my frustration with this whole conversation here is that every time we look and we try to drill down on a single example that you give, you retreat to say, well, no, we can't just look at this one. We have to look at all of them. And it feels like a defense net, right? Where as soon as we try to pick out one, you're like, well, no, we can't just take that one. We have to look at all of these together. And
no, that's not what I did.
Very
that's
hard.
No, I'm saying when you use the label transphobic for him, when you use the label transphobic for him,
Jesse Singal,
that is yes. So you're saying, hey, why would we call him transphobic? I'm saying, okay, well, here's like all of these examples, pattern of behavior, and then you're saying, okay, well, this one thing, I don't think that's enough to call him transphobic. And I'm saying, yeah, I don't either. The one thing that would be fucking retarded. But there's the pattern of behavior.
Okay. Yeah, a pattern of behavior in which the examples you give me, we're like, okay, well, what did he actually do here? Seem to be just an inaccurate representative of what I actually did. So here is Jesse Singal talking about that study, actually. So I'll show you where he does acknowledge this. Or at least, hold on. Let me share my screen. Let me get it bigger so everyone can see. Yeah, this seems to be the study. So if Bowers had wanted to cite a carefully conducted peer-reviewed systematic review of the gender medicine literature, she actually had one at her fingertips. Her own organization, WPATH, funded one a few years ago, and the general is no high-quality evidence in this field of medicine. Hold on.
This isn't... I don't think Bowers had anything to do with this.
Yeah, this is the same study. Okay, so study in question published in 2021. Okay, so yes, the
wait,
study.
Hold on. Why did you just say it's the same study? I don't.
Found that fewer than one.
Where are you getting that from?
So you watch me. I'm going to click this link.
Why did you just say that?
Okay, click the link.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm asking when he's talking about. You're talking about that, just that one part, not the part about Bowers, not the part about.
I started at the wrong spot. That's all. That's easy.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, but what about the study which she claims found that fewer than 1% of those who received joint affirming surgery say they regret their decisions to do so? Here's where things get downright weird. The study in question, published in 2021 in the Journal of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery Global Open, has dozens of errors that its 9 authors and editors have refused to correct. Indeed, it appears to have been executed and published to such an unprofessional standard that one might ask why it hasn't been retracted entirely. Before we get into all that, it's worth pointing out that even if it had been completely competently conducted, the review could not have provided us with a reliable estimate of the regret rate following gender-affirming surgery. The studies at meta-analysis are just too weak. Many of those included did not actually contact people who had undergone surgery to ask them if they regretted it. Rather, the authors searched medical records for mentions of regret and or for other evidence of surgical reversals. Yet this study is inevitably going to underestimate the number of regretters because plenty of people regret a procedure without going through the trouble of either reversing it or informing the doctor who performed it. In one study of detransitioners, albeit one focused on a fairly small and random online sample, 3/4 of them said they did not inform their clinicians that they had detransitioned. The studies included in this review have also failed to follow up with a very large number of patients. The meta-analysis had a total sample size of 5,600, the largest study with a sample size of 2,627, so a little under half the entire. Oh, why is it doing this? Okay, had a loss to follow-up rate of 36%. If you're losing track of 1/3 of your patients, you obviously don't really know how they're doing and can't make any strong claims about their regret rates. So you can contend with him on these points he's making, right? I haven't looked at the study enough to say, but he does address it.
It goes over all of this,
and he goes.
He's saying that it doesn't address any of those things, or that they like.
Yes,
that it
he's
does.
saying it's weak, and he's giving his arguments to why it's weak.
Yes, but I'm saying that he's saying like that, like,
sure,
oh, they haven't retracted these things and blah blah blah. But they literally address it in there. If he brings up their like explanations for these things, and then is combating those, I suppose it might make sense. But they do talk about these things.
Here's one example he gives. The author initially reported that the affirmation latest paper in their meta-analysis had a sample of 4,186 863, but they misread it. The true figure was actually only 2,627. They also misstated other aspects of that report, such as how regret was investigated. They said it was via questionnaire, but it was via medical record search, and the age of the sample. They said it included some juveniles, but it did not. So again, can you show me where in the meta-analysis it addresses these 2 points? Let's just take 2 of these.
Yeah, so the first one, he says that said they also misstated other aspects of that report, such as how regret was investigated. Which one is this?
He said he claims that the people who made the report claim that it was via questionnaire, but when you look at the report, it says it was via medical record search. So he is saying that the people who made this report are misrepresenting the report.
I'm almost positive it says that these are questionnaires.
Again, he's talking about one of the studies within the meta-analysis, to be clear.
Yeah, so it says conclusions based on the review, there is an extremely low prevalence of regret in transgender patients after gender-affirming surgery. We believe this study corroborates the improvements made in regard to selection criteria for gender-affirming surgery. However, there is a high subjectivity in the assessment of regret and lack of standardized questionnaires, which highlights the importance of developing validated questionnaires in this population. So one of the things that they talk about throughout the thing is the fact that these are not the same questions asked in each one, that all of these do not have the same exact like criteria for what it is that they're asking, and so they're only trying to find like questionnaires that are and polls and things like that that are going to actually that are only going to give you an idea of whether or not they regret their surgery. And then yes, not all of the 8,000 actually had a information on whether or not they detransitioned. But again, these are broken down in the if you scroll through the fucking thing, it's all table 1, table 2, table 3 with all of this broken down in the entire thing. It's like it has all the information. Like it's not like there's a lot of studies that will give you like their outcomes and data and stuff like that, and then they're going to sorry, hold on, I've got a TTS.
No, take it.
And then there's the data broken down. There's a bunch of like everything kind of there put into different sections that are going to represent different subsamples for different parts of the study.
Okay, but Singal's argument here is that they misrepresented their data, right? And he's talking about the people who, again, did the data. He claims that they got the facts wrong on the actual report, and he's also saying that they said and claimed it was via questionnaire, but in the report it was clear it was via medical record search. So this is why two of the reasons, at least, that he does not trust this report. So again, to talk about like him addressing this, again, your argument was he's never addressed this. Well, he did. Here's a substack of where he does, right?
Hold on, I don't see where he says that they misstated any of this.
They also misstated. I'll show you right here. They also misstated, that's the word he uses, other aspects of that report. This is the question. Such as how regret was investigated and the age of the sample.
Yes.
So again,
you said the data, but yes,
what he's referencing isn't the report itself, but how the people are presenting the report.
Sure, that's what I was about to say. He didn't say that they misrepresented the data. He said that they misrepresented what the how they got the data, but yeah, anyways, like it talks about this stuff in the study, and does say that like there's not a standardized way of asking these questions, but this is like the best way for them to come to this conclusion. And I'm happy to go through his issues and see.
I'll link you the article
and see the actual studies, but yeah, from going through this with other people, it seems to be, again, not only like the biggest study
you can review
that
it.
exists
You can
currently.
review it at your own leisure. But again,
Yeah,
like
not only the
I
biggest
can't
study
speak-
that exists on the. Oh, hold on, I'm in
Sure.
the middle of a sentence. It seems to be that yes, this is not only the by far the biggest study on this that like gives a meta-analysis and a systemic review, but it's also got like a lot more information that other larger studies didn't account for, and it breaks it down to where you're able to kind of see things separately for themselves, and that this is the conclusion that I think most people would come to.
I don't know. Just reading Jesse's concerns about this, I have concerns now. I'd have to look, right? But if what he says is, if what Jesse is claiming is accurate, and it might not be, right? But if it's accurate that they are misrepresenting this and it's full of errors, right? That I think it's okay for him not to rely on it if he thinks and has evidence that there are factual errors within the report. He could say, well, you know what? I don't believe that because I think X,
Also,
Y, and Z reasons.
Just to be clear, that last part, he wasn't. I don't think he was talking about the entire meta-analysis, because he was talking about whether or not it had 4,000 versus 2,000.
He's talking about a specific report within the meta-analysis. So if
whereas this is
the meta-analysis of bad data,
This
you're going to
is-
get bad data, right? If the
Yes,
meta-analysis
I'm
is a
saying that
meta-analysis
this is-
of 9 bad reports, then the meta-analysis is going to be bad.
Yeah, he's saying that they misrepresented the number of it in there, but this is it looked like he was talking about one specific study, not the overall on that specific point. Just clarifying that he was not talking about the overall study, because the overall study is is just under 8,000, whereas he was talking about the difference between
He's looking at
2,000 and
he's saying
4,000.
that within the meta-analysis they include reports.
Yes,
that
I
he doesn't
agree.
think they
I'm
should,
just
and
clarifying
that's why he does.
that
Sure.
was not.
I understand. Fair enough.
Again,
I agree with you.
I understand.
I concede to this point. You're all good here, right? But
You
the
didn't say
overall
it. I was just clarifying.
Sure. The overall point here, and Jesse points out, is that there are too many errors in this report for him to take it seriously, and this is why he puts it forth. And this is why, and he does address it in his Unheard article. You can read it. You can disagree with him. That's fine, but he obviously addresses it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to go through it. But
cool.
If it is a bunch of claims that either are untrue or unsubstantiated, I would I would hope you would apply the same thought process to when you're looking at like
if
there
are errors within
the
Jesse's
political.
Yeah, if there are errors within Jesse's conclusion here, then we can point to that and say, hey, Jesse, we shouldn't listen to you here because you've said things wrong on X, Y, Z. And I think that's perfectly fair to say. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that to me, it would just be like another part of the pattern of behavior. You initially started out saying that a lot of the information around trans stuff is so politicized that it's hard to know what's what. But I think Jesse's part of that. I like over time, I've started to feel as though Jesse is part of that politicization, where he has this bias that just like leads him in a direction where he's only putting out one side of the story, and that's
maybe.
But he presents himself as though, yes, he's the only one who's willing to be fair and willing to look at both sides. But then, it looks like he's really just looking at one side.
Okay,
so.
Ellen, you have questions. What are your questions? Just ask them here and I'll address them, because me and Tom have to talk about the Biden stuff, and I don't have all night, and I want to give Tom his at least 30 minutes to go into me on this, right? But if you have a question, ask them and I will answer your question to the best of my ability. That answer might be, I don't know, right? Because again, the reason we're talking about Singal in the first place is because they're tearing him apart on Bluesky, and I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, just to be clear, Ellen sent me a DM saying, "Pull me in. I'm on your side," and I couldn't imagine a person like I would less want on my side. Like Ellen Degenerate is not somebody that I think is going to be helpful on my side whatsoever. So,
okay, fair enough. In that case, topic shift. Go ahead. You have some issues with my takes on Biden. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we were on a panel a little while ago where we were able to talk about this a little bit, but there were a lot of people there. I didn't want to commandeer the entire panel. Did you ever see? I put out a video called like liberals upset that Biden dropped out or something like that, and it's like a montage.
Sorry, I didn't watch the video. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know it existed until just this moment.
So I think one of the things that you say in there is that you were saying that on the panel, you said that you felt like Biden would have won, and that Kamala losing was like evidence that we chose wrong or whatever. I said I didn't want her to. I didn't want Biden to drop out initially, but I admitted that I was wrong later because the data showed pretty clearly that that was the case. What first, I would like to hear what made you think that Biden would have won.
So we look at where Kamala lost, and we see where she lost ground. We see she lost ground in 3 critical states. So she lost ground everywhere, but there were 3 critical states, which were 2% difference, which I think that had that shifted, right, had it reversed, that we would be looking at President-elect Kamala Harris. She would have gotten to the 270 electoral votes where she needed. Those 3 states are as follows: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, the Rust Belt, if you will, as it's colloquially referred to. Now, again, I don't have a meta-analysis or a study on this, but I do have people, at least in Pennsylvania, that I can vouch for, who at the time when Biden dropped out told me specifically, if they force Biden out, I'm just not voting. And guess what? They didn't vote. We can look at who turned out and who didn't. We can look at the reporting that shows, the exit polling that shows that out of those who are not, I'm sorry, not the exit polling. My bad. The polling, they asked people who didn't vote, hey, what affiliation are you? Are you moderate? Are you liberal? Are you conservative? The vast majority of people who reported in this poll who didn't vote were moderate, 27%, right? Whereas as opposed to 6% of liberals who stayed home, and I think 13% of conservatives who stayed home. The vast majority were moderates. My argument here is that Biden appealed to moderates in a way that Kamala simply didn't. And a lot of people saw what was done to Biden and simply, at least in Pennsylvania, stayed home. Because Pennsylvania tends to track with Wisconsin and with Michigan, I'm extrapolating, and I admit I might be wrong on my extrapolation. That's fair, right? But I'm extrapolating that data to show, oh, in Michigan's case and in Wisconsin's case, there's probably people who feel the same. I could be wrong. That's my evidence. There you go. It's not strong evidence. So, I'll cede to that right away. It's not strong evidence, but it's what I'm using.
I'm not even worried about that. Okay, so this is another issue that I had. Okay, so when you talk about, and we'll probably have to cover this first. So when you talk about what was done to Biden, I don't think anything was done to Biden. Nothing was done. Nothing. Yeah. So you call it getting forced out. I call it dropping out. And what you call getting forced out is what we always call dropping out, where there is not enough support and there's political pressure, or there's not, they don't have enough votes, or they don't feel like they can win, to where they have to drop out to cede the candidacy to somebody else so that they're able to take the reins. This is what we always call dropping out, but you, for some reason, choose to call it forced out. Why?
Coercive pressure was applied in such the case that Biden did not consent willingly to it, and we can look at the 3 prongs of pressure. We can look at a bunch of donors saying we are no longer going to donate to your campaign unless you drop out. We can look at Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama, the reported, assuming this reporting is accurate, which again, I think it is.
Hold on. I gotta clarify the first one. You can't say we're no longer going to donate to your campaign unless you drop out. Whereas, like,
that's coercive,
if he dropped out, they're no longer donating to his campaign. They're donating to somebody else's. So it's not unless you drop out. That is added in there. Yes, that is added in there to make it sound coercive. That is very different. But yeah, go ahead.
No, they said we are going to stop donating to whoever's campaign, the Democratic leader's campaign, unless you drop out. And I think that's coercive. Right? Now, you can imagine it's their free right to do it, and it is. Again, my claim here isn't that people did anything illegal. I don't think anything illegal was done here. I think it was all within the rules. But I do think
that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not it's different from anybody else dropping out. I would need to get an example of something that's different from somebody else dropping out.
Give me another example of someone dropping out recently of a race.
Well, I would think
the
of
last 10
like
years.
every let's go back to like the 2020 election where we had like 20 something Democratic candidates running, and almost all of them drop out like right after
Yeah,
Super
none
Tuesday.
of them were the presumptive
and-
nominee.
Correct, but
That
that's
changes
the,
things.
that's kind of
That's
the
what
point, though.
makes it
But that
different, because he had
well,
won.
But this is
primary.
right. People use the same like arguments about like why Bernie was treated so unfairly and blah blah blah, but he wasn't. And they're like, oh, he was forced out. They all this was all coercion.
I
The
agree, it
DNC is
wasn't
corrupt,
forced
but he
out in
didn't.
his
It was
case.
normal.
He just lost.
It was yes, he just lost. Like
He
that
just
was it.
lost,
He
yeah.
just lost. He didn't have the votes. He didn't have the
the
and
difference.
everybody else dropped out for the same reason. They didn't have the support. They did, which means
No,
when
no,
we
no,
say
no.
they didn't
They
have the
didn't have the
support.
vote.
Hold on, wait. When they say they didn't have the support, we mean that they didn't have enough donations. They didn't have enough of the vote. They didn't have enough of the other like
Nope, we only mean one
politicians
thing.
who were backing them.
We mean they
No,
didn't
no,
have
no,
the
no.
votes. That's the only thing we mean.
No,
when we're
'cause-
in the context of the
Wait,
primary.
hold on.
That's the only thing we
Okay,
mean.
then why did you
We
say
don't
presumptive
care.
nominee then? Why did you say that?
The
What is
presumptive
the
nominee
presumptive-
because he had achieved the votes necessary to obtain the nomination, which he had.
Yes, but that's for a reason. The reason
Bernie
is
did
because
not.
he had so
Bernie never
he
did.
had backing. Yes, Bernie didn't have any of these other things. He didn't have the backing of the Democratic Party. He didn't have like the amount of politicians backing him that were backing Biden. He didn't have the amount of money that Biden had. He just actually no, I think he had more. Actually, I think he may have set a record that year for the most the most money. But anyways, the point is that he didn't have the support. And he wasn't going to get the votes, and he didn't, he couldn't win, and so eventually he dropped out and just backed.
Yes, because
Biden,
he couldn't win the
which
votes
everybody
to get the
did.
presidential nominee. Absolutely.
Yes,
Biden had
correct.
the votes to get the presidential nominee. That's the difference. That's why I
yes,
treat these
get
things
the presidential
differently. Is
nominee.
because, let me finish. Let me finish, please. That's the distinction that matters in these cases, right? In these other cases that you're citing of other people dropping out because they didn't have the votes, Biden had the votes, and that is the one metric that we use. We don't check their donations. We don't check how many endorsements they get. The only metric that we use in the primaries to determine who gets to be the presidential or the presumptive nominee was the votes. That's the only thing that matters in this case. And in Biden's case, for the 2024 primary, he achieved the necessary votes to get the presidential, the presumptive nomination for our party. That's the only metric that matters.
But he did it without a primary. Like there was no primary, and there was no figuring out who the best nominee was. And so because they didn't have a primary and they didn't go through that process,
I voted in it.
This is how
I voted in the primary.
But they didn't. They didn't run a primary. Okay, they didn't actually run a full primary with candidates running against him. And
There were
people
other
trying
candidates
to,
I could have voted.
and
The
debates and
candidates did
everything.
run against him.
There were. Okay. So same for Kamla then. Same for Kamla. Kamla had a primary. Tons of people could have run against him. They were all able to be nominated at the Democratic convention. Just nobody did. Nobody ran against her, and Biden could have stayed in. He could have kept running and run
the
against her,
reason that I
but he didn't.
voted was because Kamala was the nominee, and she did it that way, right? If they had some kind of floor convention where no one voted except for the superdelegates or whatever, and they elected someone that wasn't even on the ticket, then I would have stayed home, and I said so at the time because that would have been throwing my vote away. But I could follow the logic of, she was Biden's pick. She was Biden's. She was on the ticket, right? So I did technically vote for her. I didn't like it. I still don't like it, but I followed that logic.
And Biden said,
okay, yeah.
Biden said when he was elected that he was going to be a one-term president.
He shouldn't have won. He shouldn't have sought for renomination. I agree with you, but he did. I agree with you that
here's
in
the
a
thing,
perfect
though.
ideal world,
Your thought process,
process.
if we got into the general elections,
Okay.
I would agree with. But because we were not in the general elections yet, and we had a month and a half before the general elections, before the Democratic convention was held to pick who was the nominee, I I felt like it was fair, and it was like, yeah, the only thing they could do in that situation. One of the things that you said when in the video was that it was NBC polling showed that Americans wanted Biden to stay in the race, that most Americans didn't want him to drop out.
Democrats to be specific. I remember the poll. I don't have it on the top of my head, right? But I remember looking at the poll the day he dropped out, because that was a big question at the time. What did the Democratic voters
It took
want?
me a while to find it. It was an old poll. It was from like February, and
No, it was. I'm not citing. Then that's the wrong poll that you're looking at. The poll I'm citing was one that was released the day of, right? That's either the day before or the day of that specific day.
The ones that were so
I'd have
we
to
went
look
through the
for it,
NBC
yeah.
poll that was released that day, and that one showed it was at like it was like 70 something or 80 something % of Americans wanted, or Democrats wanted them to drop out.
There was only ever a single poll that said that. Every other poll had it much closer to 50-50. And the poll I was citing was not a CBS poll. It was like an ABC. It was a. I
You said
forget.
NBC at the time, I thought, but
I'd have to.
me
look.
and somebody took like an hour to find it because we couldn't find anything that was less than 70%, and then
you weren't
we
looking.
finally found. And it wasn't.
Okay,
and
I'll
you
do
said
this. Let's see if I
whatever
can do
you said.
this.
It was CBS or NBC, but whichever one you said, yeah, we took a very long time to find it, and there was only one poll that had anything close to that
When did
number.
you look for this?
And it was from
because that would matter. Like if you were looking for
It
this
was,
in December, or I'm
it
sorry,
was a couple
November.
days after you said it.
Oh,
it was a couple
days,
days
and
after
you
you
should have
said
been
it.
able to find it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And we did searches based on date as well, but
2024.
that's why we couldn't find it at first. Is because we were doing it based on date. Once
There
we
is a single.
stopped doing it
again,
based on date,
There's a single poll, right, that everyone's looking, and I see this reported, and this is, again, part of my coercive narrative that we'll get to. We haven't gotten to this point. There's a 3 prongs. This is the 3rd prong, the fucking media, the podcasting class, because they all cited that goddamn poll, but that was one poll in a sea of other polls that said differently. And so, yes, if you do Google it, you say, most Democrats want to drive and bought it out. And I'm looking at the New York Times, AP News, Axios, PBS, all these, but they're all citing the same poll, right? And it's wild. And again, like the poll I was looking at the time, I don't have it at the thing. I will look for it, right? Showed that 53% of Democrats wanted Biden to stay in. Now, nationally, right, when you look at Democrats and Republicans, that might have been different. But frankly, for the Democratic primary, I don't care what the Republicans think. Just frank.
Yeah.
And again, we had been through the process. You might not like the process, but the rules as written shows, right, that whoever gets the most primary votes gets to nominate. He becomes a presumptive nominee. But again, because
unless they drop out.
Yes, but why did he drop out? He dropped out under coercive pressure from Biden.
But nothing you've mentioned is coercive yet. This is all, again, the same as it always is for everybody else who dropped out. As we
none of them also had none of them had the presumptive nomination. None of these Bernie never had the presumptive nomination. None of them ever reached.
Well, again, but he didn't have people running against him. That's what I'm talking about. There was nobody else there. So when they said that he was going to drop out, they said that they were going to do a primary. Kamla immediately came out, but she had way more money than everybody else because she had his campaign donations, and none of them had a fucking chance. None of them were going to try to run against her in a pseudo primary to try to get the nomination at the DNC when she already had so much freaking money right out the gate. She was running commercials day one.
Like Dean Phillips ran against him, Marianne Williamson ran against Biden. Like there were people who were running against Biden for the Democratic Party. I think they
Marianne Williamson isn't really from the Democratic Party though. Like she's not like we're talking about people who are who have actually won elections and are politicians, part of the DNC, congressmen, senators, like people who would actually win elections. And that, yes, he did not have anybody who was actually running against him. He didn't do any debates against anybody because he didn't have to. There was no real competitor. But if Kamala Harris was running from the beginning, if Shapiro was running from the beginning, if
what's
any
his
of these other
fucking
people,
face? Neither did Trump. Trump never debated any one of those fuckers, right? But you would never say that the Republicans didn't have a primary. Obviously, they did. But Trump never showed up to the debates. Why would he? Does that mean they didn't have a primary?
No, I would say that there was a primary, but they did hold debates, and those people debated each other. Whereas I don't think Marianne Williamson was out there debating. I don't even know who else the fuck ran besides her. But yeah, the Donald Trump also. Nobody questioned whether or not he should have run again. Nobody questioned whether or not he was going to win. Nobody questioned whether or not he was going to be the best candidate.
Whether he should have run again. Like, a lot of people during the time were questioning whether or not Trump should have run again from the Republican side. There's a lot of people who had that question.
Okay, it's not in comparison to Biden. Like, not in comparison to Biden. Even people who are upset that Biden dropped out still didn't think that he should have run again. And he was obviously declining a lot faster than Trump was. So it was just a very different issue.
Given
but
the process that we
yeah,
had, right? Given the process that we had, that the voters were given, at least the Democratic primary voters, they were said, these are your options. And it was more than one. It was more than just Joe Biden. And we had a vote. We went to the polls. We put in our ballot box, and the result was that, based on that, right, that Biden was the presumptive nominee. But because people didn't like that on the podcasting class, a lot of people in the media didn't like that. There were a lot of people who wanted Biden to drop out for, you could say, good reasons even, right? They pushed him and they pushed him and they pushed him and they coerced him out. They absolutely did. He did not want to drop out. He fought against being dropped out, but he eventually was coerced out. He succumbed to the pressure. And I do blame Biden for that, to be clear. I think Biden should not have succumbed to that pressure, but he did, and that's a mark against him. So I'm not here to, like, gargle his balls or anything or say he never did anything wrong. I think that was a wrong step. He should not have let them force him out, but he did, and that's on him. He should have stood strong.
Okay. I think that you're purposefully, like, using different language like coercion and forced out and things like that for things that are just they're just the most normal things in the world. Everybody has, like, political pressure when they drop out. Everybody has, yes. Well, so think about the primaries, okay? When you're saying that they don't have the votes, they don't have help. That doesn't mean they have to drop out. They can finish the race. They can wait and see. They could have a chance. They could actually do better in the other states and actually end up on top. You never know. Like, wait and see. But they don't. They don't ever do that.
They have a math problem where they actually can't, right? Like, this was a big thing in the 2008 primary between Clinton and Obama. There came a point where Clinton just didn't have the votes, right? They couldn't. It was mathematically impossible for her to get the delegates needed in order to surpass Obama at the time. And so she eventually dropped out, right, because of that.
But it doesn't mean you have to drop out. You can still stay in.
She didn't have to, no. But that's a much different situation where had, again, Obama had Clinton, if she had gotten that number where she was a presumptive nominee, and then Obama had forced her out or pressured her out or went through a different mechanism other than voting in order to get her to resign, that is a form of coercion, and that would have been wrong. Again, all these other examples you're citing me, Bernie, etc., right? These people lacked something that Biden had, which I think makes a big difference, which is he had the majority, the plurality of votes that he needed to secure the presumptive nomination. And that's my big issue with this, is the will of the voter.
Did you say the difference was with Clinton? I'm still stuck on that. What did you say the difference was with Clinton?
Clinton never had the votes. At least in the 2008 primary,
but you said that
specifically. Not talking about the 2016
was that
primary.
she didn't have coercive pressure. Whereas,
no.
Again, okay.
The difference in the 2008 primary was she never had the votes needed. And so she didn't resign because of coercive pressure. She resigned because she didn't have the votes needed. Whereas Biden was a very different example. He had the votes needed, right? He won, right? The will of the voter.
Yeah,
the will of the primary voter was he won.
But around the time that he dropped out, isn't that around the same time that Hillary dropped out? Don't these coincide with one another?
I would have to look at the timing for 2008. I don't know off the top of my head exactly when Clinton dropped out. I think it was much earlier though, because I don't know, for example.
Yeah, so
don't quote me on that.
So when I'm saying that you're like doing this semantic game where you're using like hyperbolic language to say this, I would say Biden dropped out of his own free will because he didn't have the support, and he did what was right for the nation and took one for the team. Like this is aligns with just how we talk about elections, how we talk about people dropping out, how we talk about like what it is that happened all the time. Whereas, yes, I just feel like yours is very like, it's more about your vibes. You're upset that like he didn't stay in because you wanted him to stay in, and then because he dropped out, you're just using more hyperbolic language to talk about it. Whereas it's just, he just dropped out. He chose to drop out. He could have stayed in. You acknowledge this. He could have stayed in if he wanted to. Yes, nobody was going to stop him. Nobody was going to stop him from staying.
He could have, but it became clear, right, to him that if he didn't, again, he would have no money. That the people who would run the campaign would abandon him. But that is a fundamental different situation, right? And this is why I consider it coercive, right? Because there's a fundamental difference between realizing that you don't have the votes in order to secure the nomination. So because of that, you decide, you know what, I'm going to step down. I don't have the votes I need, so I'm going to step down. That's a fundamentally different thing than securing the votes and then having the media, having Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, and others behind the scenes wage a whisper campaign against you and push against you to pressure and force you out. I think there's a fundamental difference between these two events. And I think that one is...
but if those
hold on,
people are
I'm not done. Okay, and so Biden did what was bad for the country, because what this does is it opens a Pandora's box. It risks, and I'm not saying it did, but there is a risk of what Biden did of it normalizing. What happens next in 2028 when we have a candidate that we do have a primary, everyone votes for it, and this one person clearly wins, and then a month later, after they are the presumptive nominee and the voting process stops, which it will well before the nomination, right? A couple months before the nomination. What happens when something comes out? So the podcaster class, some media elites and other elites in the party say, we don't want you. We're just going to force you out. I think that, again, the precedent that Biden set by giving into that sets a precedent that is going to be bad for the Democratic Party. It's going to erode trust among Democratic voters that they will listen to our voice and our will. And I think that is a terrible, terrible situation. And again, the selling point for this in 2024 was that, well, we need to beat Trump, right? This is the only way to beat Trump. Biden can't do it. Kamala can. So we have to do this way. That was the selling point. Everyone was pushing this. Like, Biden can't win. Kamala can. That turned out to be wrong, right? So we didn't get any benefit, and it's just all negative here.
That's it. You see, you're doing it again, where you're saying it turned out to be wrong, and that didn't turn out to be wrong. You are just completely incorrect on this. So
that's a
the
presumptive
only thing
nominee,
that you
right?
said of consequence.
Hold on, no. Who's
the
presumptive nominee for
the
the president-elect of the United States? Who is it? Is it Kamala Harris?
What?
Or is it Trump?
See, you are doing what I said at the beginning. You're doing it again. I said at the beginning, you're doing this thing where you're saying she lost, therefore Biden would have been the better pick. That does not make sense. You're doing it again. That is not logical whatsoever. Okay, so what you said, one thing of consequence and all of that. I tried stopping you on it, but you said Biden dropped out
you do this trick
of all the
you're doing
whispers
this trick where you're trying to connect
scenes.
two things I said that I did say both of these things that you're connecting them when I'm not connecting them. You're connecting them, right? You're saying that the fact that Kamala won or didn't win is proof that Biden would have won, and that's not true. Because I think Kamala could have won.
You literally just said that.
Oh my God! No, I did not.
We can replay
we can
it.
Go. Okay, we can replay it.
I will tell you what I said.
Okay, I will go live.
Hold on. I will tell you what. Hold on. Shut up. I will tell you what you said, and then you can tell me if this is correct or not. I said you don't know that, or I said him being out does not mean that he would have that he would have done better, or that they were wrong. I said it doesn't mean that they were wrong. You are completely incorrect on that. And then you said who is the presumptive nominee right now?
No,
that's
that's
what
not what
you
that's
said
not what
as
you
an
said,
argument against what I said.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said at the time. You said that, man, see, you're doing this thing where you've interrupted me, and now I'm trying to remember exactly and precisely what you said, but you made the claim, as I understand it, and I might not be using your exact words here, forgive me for that, but you were making the claim that, because we talked about how, and I was talking about how the promise that was made, the argument that was made at the time was that Kamala Harris was like, the reason we should push Biden out was because Biden can't win and Kamala can. That was the argument made. And I said, that turned out to be wrong. And you said, no, it wasn't. It's true. And then I asked you, who's the president-elect?
Right.
And again,
Right.
I'm saying
Right.
that turned out to be a faulty argument. It wasn't true. She couldn't win. She didn't.
Okay. Just real quick. You understand that she could have a much better chance. She could have 100 times better chance at winning and still lose. You acknowledge this, yes?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay, yes. So saying Donald Trump's the
don't think she
presumptive nominety
did.
does not mean anything. It's not relevant. And you
I
did
don't-
bring that
I
up
have not
in turn to me saying that.
I've not seen any convincing evidence that she actually had a better chance than Biden.
Okay. All right. So I plan on getting to that. So you said Biden dropped out because of all the whispers behind the scenes.
There's a three-pronged assault, right? From the media, from people behind the scenes, and then there was the kind of like the donors. That was the third one. The donors pulling out, right? That was the three.
Yeah, you're just but again, you're using this you're using this hyperbolic language where it's like these people don't think he can win, and they feel like they would have a better chance with Kamala, and instead of saying that, you say this is a three-pronged assault. The whispers behind the scenes, blah blah blah.
Yes.
It wasn't behind the scenes. It was out in the open. Everybody was very clear. They didn't want him. They didn't think he could win. They thought they should drop out.
The frontal. The whisper campaign was behind the back. That was to the various other politicians and things like that. AOC spoke about this.
I think that they were talking behind. Yes, she was talking about the fact that they were talking about whether or not they were going to be public about this, and that the fact that like they were all kind of like trying to get him to drop out without it being public and without having to like say anything out in the open.
That would be behind the back.
But the fact that yes, but I think that that's how they should do it though. Like you're saying this as though that's like sneaky, but it's not. That is what they ought to do. It would be wrong if they didn't even talk to him first, if they didn't try to get him to drop out behind the scenes first, and instead just came out against him, and that would have been way worse. They did the right thing in that case, but you word it in this very in this way that makes it sound malicious.
It was malicious. They wanted him to
It was
get
not.
out.
They didn't think he had a good chance of winning, so they wanted him to drop out so that they could get a better candidate in. That's not malicious.
They wanted to get him to drop out. Yes.
Yes.
Against the will of the Democratic primary voter. That was the malicious part.
Well, again, him running in the first place was part of that problem. So he was also part of that issue. And then the fact that they let him run, they didn't do anything about it. They just let him run. Nobody really stood up against him. And then it just wasn't working out. So now we can get to the numbers.
You're totally ignoring the fact that he received the most votes in the process that we had. He received.
You're talking about in 2020?
In 2024, he received the most votes of any candidate that put their name out there to run in the Democratic nomination. He received the most votes.
No, I'm not
the
ignoring
will was perfectly clear, and the fact that these people were trying to go against the will of the Democratic primary voter is why it's malicious, and why it's.
Well, no, I'm not ignoring that, but you and I both know that
that's the most important thing of all of this, right? That's the biggest argument I have. That's the thing you have to address. Why do people who aren't, like they had their chance to run, they chose not to. They had their chance to put up other candidates, they chose not to, right? Why should they get a larger say than the Democratic voter?
So you and I both know that it is like considered bad taste to have actual DNC or like party representatives running against an incumbent. Like that is not That is not something that we
It
really
is
do.
discouraged, but it is not forbidden.
Yes, it is not. Yeah, Trump didn't really. I can't think of anybody that he ran against in 2020. I can't even think of
Trump. You can't think of anyone Trump ran against
Yeah.
in 2020.
Yeah, because he was in the
I
White
can't
House
think
at the
of
time,
anyone
and
either. But no,
I don't
it is
think
the tradition. But again, it's not a rule, nor is it forbidden.
Sure, it's not a rule, but it is yes, it is. So they didn't put anybody else out there. Nobody who's actually like part of the DNC and actually like a politician. None of them went out there and did anything. Biden had nothing to lose. If he wanted to stay in the race, if he wanted to keep going, he could have done it. He could have done it without any fucking donors. He
And that's
already
why
had
I'm mad
like
at him for
enough
not.
name. He had enough name recognition, and he was the incumbent. He literally just could have stayed in. Your thought process makes it to where like that is the only thing that would have made sense. Yet he didn't do that. He dropped out, which to me means he did
made a mistake,
actually want. Okay, but this is different than like he was forced out again or coerced out or anything like that, because to me it is all of these people who don't believe he has a chance, and regardless of whether or not you think they were right or wrong, they don't think he has a chance, and so they are counseling him to drop out for the best to do the best thing for the Democrats, and he was convinced eventually that this is what was necessary, and he did it.
But they weren't just doing that. If that was all they were doing behind closed doors, fair. But that's not what they were doing. They were leaking to the press and constantly to provide public pressure. They were working with the donors to get them to withdraw donors, all of which with the intent to put pressure on Biden to coerce him into dropping out. $5 from the Trib. Let me read some super chats, actually. Give me more. Why is my goal being weird? I've had 3 $5 super chats since I bring up the goal, but it's only counting one, and I don't know. $5 from Psalm Argus to say thanks for the content and thanks for the Tom tent. You're welcome. $5 from Portland is Burning to say, what if a candidate wins a primary, then says the N-word on live TV? Should voters be stuck with the nominee anyways? 400 electoral votes. Let's go. That's based. Okay. And then $5 from the Trib One to say, I think they saw the writing on the wall with Biden. He was losing favor primary to the debate, and the debate was the straw on the camel. It's tricky. Yes, I think that the debate did push a lot of people over the edge on this, on where they stood, and fair enough. But again, it still doesn't change the fact that they were being coercive in how they were going about this. But continue, please, Tom. Sorry, I didn't interrupt. I wanted to make.
Well, I will also take a second because I'm only going to read one of these.
Go ahead.
It says it's from Infallible Fowl. He said, sorry, wasn't trying to derail the Biden conversation. Glad lists him as transphobic. I don't know for sure. I see Wick waking up to the start of a new week saying, who on the left can I virtue signal about all this infighting cost us the election? I don't think you and Wick will agree that infighting cost us the election. I don't agree with that at all.
First of all, there's a lot of factors of why we lost, right? Like, let me be clear. Kamla could have won. Like, I don't think she had zero chance. She could have won if she had performed a little differently. I think it wouldn't have needed to be terribly different. There were, I think, 3 things she didn't do that if she had done or had done differently, I think it might be a different ballgame. Shapiro over Waltz, I think that was important. I think that at the time it sent a signal to people that she is willing to play ball with what a lot of people consider to be anti-Semitism. Whether you think that or not, it's a different question. But it did send a signal at the time, right, that she's willing to play footsie with some of the more anti-Semitic elements out there. I think also the fact that she never went on Joe Rogan or she didn't do enough interviews, I think that was a big issue as well. And the third is I think that she needed a Sister Souljah moment and she never had one. And I think had she fixed any one of those 3, it might have been a different ballgame. Again, there may have been no chance. I don't know, right? But I'm just going off the best evidence I have. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was critical of her campaign from beginning to end, so I don't have much, but still think that she would have been better than Biden. So the again, the language that you're using just still doesn't make sense to me. So you're saying like whispers in the background again, and that they're putting this pressure on him. All of these things, no matter what, are pressure. We're getting rid of donors. It's always pressure. Getting rid of like support within the DNC is always pressure. And this is normally how people come out and start running in the first place, is when they believe they're going to have enough donors, they're going to have enough people in the DNC supporting them, or whatever party they're in. And then that's when they are willing to announce a candidacy. He did it with those things kind of like assumed. And then over time, once they start dying off, they were dying off because this was like representative of America's feelings on things, especially after the debate. So when we look at the the outcomes, way more people ended up voting in the election than we thought. We didn't think anywhere near that many were going to vote in this election. Like, we ended up having, I think it was like 10 to 15 million more people vote in this election than expected, maybe 20 million more.
I think, hold on, and I might be wrong on this. I never saw anyone claiming this would be a low turnout election.
Not low turnout. We still expected it to be up from like the others, except 2020 is obviously an outlier because
2020 was more than,
so
but that was because of a lot of factors. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. So it had.
I
it was an
didn't
outlier,
see anyone saying that the election the turnout at this election seemed expected, but I could be wrong. Again, I don't know.
Well, so consider this: Donald Trump in 2016 won the election with 62 million votes. In this election, he won, I think he's at 76 million right now. So he is up.
Trump, yes.
You know what? Yeah, like, what is that? 14 million votes from 2016, from the last time he won. So that is a massive jump.
Of non-voters and voters between those, right? Like, because
obviously
the
raw
numbers.
Just real quick, and then Kamla is now the second most voted Democrat of all time, and the third most voted candidate of all time.
Yeah, there's just
more
Americans
under
now
again
than there were in 2016.
Well, again, that's only under the 2020 election. She's only losing to.
I'm talking about. Well, that's what we're comparing.
I know.
Right?
I'm saying what I just said is that, like, she is now, if we take out the 2020 election, she is only second to Trump this election, and in the Democratic Party, she's second to nobody. She would be the most voted.
Is this me or you? Hold on, you're roboting. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, that was you went robot mode. Try again. Sorry.
When I use this thing to boost my mic for Discord, it will mess with my mic a bit often. So yeah, I'm saying that I was saying that we're talking about the turnouts being large, and I'm saying that if we get rid of the 2020 election, she is the most voted Democrat of all time by like almost 10 million votes.
But here, the thing is, in 2028, we're going to have a new contender for that, right? Like, because we'll grow in population size.
Yes, I'm just saying. I'm just saying
asking
that this was
percentage.
a bigger turnout.
No, that's why I'm asking the percentage turnout. How many of registered voters showed up in 2016 compared to 2024? That would be the thing I care about.
I don't know, but I know that there's only a 3 million difference between 2020 and this election. There's only a 3 million difference in votes, overall votes. Like, that's so again. So if we didn't expect the same turnout from 2020, even with more people, we still expected less. And then not only did we end up getting more, but we ended up getting a lot more. Like, yeah, it was kind of.
Here, I got a voting turnout from 1828 to today. So In 2008, so we had 58% turnout. In 2012, we had, it doesn't have 2024. Oh no. So in 2016, 55% of the voting population turned out, 55.7%. In 2008, for example, 58%. In 2012, 54%. Now, funnily enough, even though in 2008, 58%, the raw numbers were less than 2016, where we had 55%. I'll actually show you this on screen because it's very fascinating.
This is 64% for the turnout for this election.
Oh, can you link me that?
66% in 2020, 60% in 2016,
see, they're using
59% in 2012.
If they say 66% in 2020, this one says 60.8% in 2020. So I don't know. I have no idea.
When was that one? When was that one written?
Last updated on 11/17/2024.
11/17. Yeah, that should wait. Wait, maybe not. I can't remember. I think we just finished counting
my point here.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
but
sure.
yeah, go ahead.
But my point here
I was
is
gonna
that
say
the raw
I don't
total in
think that I would
2008,
use.
even though the percentage total is higher, is less than the raw total in 2016, even though the percentage is lower, right? So we would expect that as we go, right, because America's population is growing, we will see that the raw number is going to be just higher in 2028, even if the percentage number ends up being a little lower. So, I mean,
Wait, hold on.
Does this argument make sense to you?
Wait. No, what do you, hold on. What do you mean the raw number? The raw number of
2008,
voters?
the raw number of voters was 131,000 versus 225,000 for the other guy.
Million.
Million. Yeah, million. My bad. Okay. 58 in the total here. The percentage total is 58.3% of registered voters. Right. In 2016, the numbers were 136 million and 245 million, and the percentage was 55.7%. So 136 is higher than 131, 245 is higher than 225, and 58 is higher than 55. So unless I'm reading this wrong, which I might be, I'm just looking at this right now, it seems to be that, that just seems to be more voters because our population is growing.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Again,
this is just
I'm not denying. Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm so the thing that I'm looking at, it's wild that it came up with a larger percentage because this isn't about registered voters. This is about eligible voters. You would think if it did eligible voters, it would be a much smaller number, but somehow it came out with a much larger number. That doesn't. I don't know how that's possible versus yours, but I sent it to you.
Okay, I can look.
But
anyways, hello.
But anyways, yeah, I was gonna say we had it says about 64% of voting eligible Americans voted in 2024. Preliminary data shows, and this is only second to 2020. Outside of that, it's normally less than 60%. So
just to let everyone see what you're looking at, here this is. You can see voter turnout by election cycle, but this is voting eligible population, and I wonder.
Yeah,
that's probably the difference.
But that,
but I don't.
But that should be a smaller percentage, not larger.
I don't know.
So yeah, it's.
I don't know, dude. Like,
I would
okay,
have to. I would have to look into.
Yeah,
this
I will
further.
also have to look into it more. But fair.
Either way, I just know that yes, versus like what we thought, or how many people were going to vote versus how many ended up voting, that it ended up being a lot more. And the number went up when Biden dropped out because there were a lot of people who were saying that they weren't going to vote based on polling. People said they weren't going to vote when Biden was running. And then more people said that they were going to vote once Kamla was running. And so it just ended up being, even with that, even once we knew, okay, more people are voting now, we still outperformed that by a lot. And so it's kind of, it kind of just seems obvious to me. And I want to get into the specific states that you brought up as well. But yes, it just overall voter turnout just seemed to be very high and didn't seem to be an issue for her at all.
Well, again, right? Like, I wish we had comparable numbers, but we don't. So it's hard for me to say much on this. So fair enough. I don't have the data to deal with this, right?
So then the other things that you brought up, the states like Michigan,
Pennsylvania,
she lost by
Wisconsin, Michigan, the three,
yeah, she barely lost in those states. Like
Yeah,
it
it's very
overall,
close.
she lost by less than 250,000 votes. That's how much she lost
Very
by.
close.
250,000 votes. And with the states, she did drop some other states that we expected her to get, but I would have expected that to be more, like more states drop that we would expect Democrats to just generally have. I would have expected that to be higher with Biden because of just, yes, the lack of excitement for the candidate that just wasn't there, but it was once Kamala came in. Like everybody was kind of like, "Oh, we got somebody."
I don't think that excitement was real, or it might have been at least for the look. It's a change, and everyone's more interested in the change. But I feel like that didn't translate into actual votes.
I think that was part of her campaign, though. Like if we look at, when we look at the polling,
she tried to push it. Yes, absolutely. That was part of her campaign. Was look, I'm different, I'm fresh, I'm new, right? And she tried to push that. I just don't think anyone bought it, or not enough people bought it.
I think they did early on, but when we look at the polling, she obviously skyrocketed. She was up by I think a total of 4 points nationally at one point. Obviously, we expected that to come down. But where it mattered was in the swing states, and I said before the election, I think it was 2.5 to 3 weeks out, that I thought Trump was going to win all 6 swing states. If you had asked me 2 months before that, I would have said Kamala's going to win 4 out of 6 swing states, easy. But yes, the closer we got, the more obvious it was that she was tanking. And she didn't tank out of nowhere. Normally, when you're looking at polling, you have to look at an aggregate, but you're trying to find some sort of connection to what's happening, right? You want to find something that gives you a reasoning behind why this would happen. And it just so happens to coincide with the same time that she started doing way more interviews. And they were not going well. Those interviews were not great. They did not go well. She may have been better just hiding in the fucking basement like Biden did in 2020. It would have been much better just doing that. But yes, her interviews were not good.
Here's a problem
she
with
just
this
continued
analysis,
dropping.
Though. One of the issues is, and this is what I was frustrated with at the time in July and in June, right, when people were making those calls for Biden to drop out. One of my frustrations with all of this was the fact that, and we can look back at other polling. I use the RCP averages, right? That's the one I use because they keep all this data for years and years and years. And you can look at every time there's a gap, and as we get closer, it always narrows, always narrows, always narrows. Every single time it narrows, right? And that was obviously going to happen at this point as well, right? At least if past this prologue, then we would understand that the gap that Biden was experiencing was going to narrow. And we saw this play out with Harris as well. The gap narrowed, right? It was something we were basing our decisions on July polls, and we shouldn't have, because I don't think they were representative. I don't think they would have given us an accurate representation of how it was going to look in November. And that was my argument at the time, and I stand by that argument.
I understand that, but you also have to recognize that at the moment, you have to make a decision based on the information you have at the time. You can't make a decision in that moment based on information that you don't have. So they were at a critical juncture. They only have a month and a half before the DNC. This is it's now or never. If he's going to drop out, it has to be now. And so, yes, everybody decided, okay, our best bet is to just move him aside, run a pseudo primary, and allow the voters to pick somebody that they want to represent them, and then nobody else came out against Kamala because she was too far ahead. So it was I think if we look at everything that happened, and based on how it happened, this was all just pragmatic decisions being made across the board. Everybody did the best they could. Kamala just wasn't a good candidate, and so like it is what it is. But she was still a better candidate than Joe Biden.
All right, I just fundamentally disagree. It is almost 10. Unfortunately, I'm sorry we got sidetracked a little bit at the beginning with the Singal stuff. You can come on again and talk to me about this again. At any point, right? Like, I enjoyed the conversation. Gang, I'm gonna let you tell people what you got coming up, but before I do, tomorrow we're gonna be talking about D&D with Lucy Hayes, and that should be fun. Wednesday we have the co-founder of Yimbies for Harris, Armand, coming on. He's going to discuss the same concepts that me and Tom are discussing right now. Why did the Democrats lose? What happened? What can we do better as a party? Good guy. I'm excited. It should be fun. And then
Just to be clear, I don't think we can do anything better as a party. I think as a party, Democrats are fine. They don't need to change anything.
Nothing. Nothing.
No, I
There
think
was
that I
nothing
think
you would
that
change.
I think that inflation was the main thing. I think that like incumbents all over the world lost their seats everywhere except for I think literally like the only places like one country. I think it might have been Mexico, but literally the whole world lost their seats because of inflation from COVID to where, and that's the same reason that Trump lost in 2020 is because of COVID. If without that, he would have won. But again, incumbents all across the world lost their seats because when people feel like they're in like a state of depression, they don't feel like things are good, they're just going to blame it on the president. They just are, regardless of whether or not it's his fault. Biden did better than any other country with inflation, yet he still gets blamed just because people feel bad, and it happened. That's it.
Okay. I think that is an analysis that we accept at our peril. But fair enough. What do you got coming up, Tom?
I've got a video essay coming out
Ooh.
probably whenever I end stream, most likely. It's I was a radio show host that I talked to recently, and when I talked to him, he hung up on me and like made up a bunch of lies about me after I left, which was really strange. But he
What
had
was your
this
favorite
like
lie?
whole
Should I do that, gang? Should I hang up on Tom and then
it was
start making stuff up?
it was mainly one thing that was just kind of weird, but you'll have to watch the video to see it. But the main thing that like I go over throughout this video is this guy is just like very representative of my problems with MAGA right now, where they're mad that people keep saying that they're like uneducated voters or that they don't know what they're talking about or that they don't understand the concepts and shit like that. But then they also demonize colleges, demonize people using academic language, demonize people trying to describe the concepts and like talk about what these things mean and crap like that. They demonize all intellectuality, and then also act like victims when people treat them like
so
people
your
who
video is
disrespect
discussing all this?
intellectuality. Yes, it's kind of
Okay.
going over a lot of these
And it's going to be
issues.
released after we're done here.
Yeah, in the morning.
In the morning.
Like I
tomorrow.
just
Okay.
started stream when we started
Okay.
talking, so like
Okay.
I normally end stream around like somewhere between like 4 and 6 a.m. most of the time. So yeah.
Okay, gang, check him out. Thanks for being here. I know we fight and we disagree on this, but you know it's okay. We can disagree and not tear each other's throats out. So I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you taking the time to discuss with me. Thank you again.
Yeah, and
anything
for everybody else, yes, this is a very late conversation. We did discuss having it, I think, weeks ago, and so we just both got kind of busy. We didn't say like, oh, you know what? It's halfway through December. Let's talk about what happened a month and a half ago, dude. Let's do that. Like we didn't do that. Yeah.
Well, people always come at me for this take, so I'm expecting that next week, the week after, there's gonna be someone being like, oh, "Let's come at you for this take." But I will stand on this hill. I think I'm correct. Check him out, TomFoolery Show on YouTube. Give him a follow. He has taken time to to come on my show, so reward him and for doing that. Gang, if you like my content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. As I said, we got some great shows coming up. The only panel show we got this week is going to be Thursday, and I'm probably going to be talking about maids or the Singal stuff if I can find anyone who defends Blue Sky's actions. I can't, though, so I might not talk about that. Okay, we'll see you guys later. Wait, bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye.